Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rain.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We apologize for that technical issue, and we're telling you that this morning will begin the second week of April 7, 2026, while looking at with a spotlight on resilience. Yes, and in the global energy market, we're telling you that Brent crude has surged as high as $111.18 per barrel, this morning. And this is driven by intensifying geopolitical tension, while this serves as a massive boost to Nigeria's foreign reserve, which recently climbed to 43.17 billion US dollars. Yes, 43.17 billion US dollars. The domestic reality remains complex as energy costs continue to exert upwards pressure on consumer prices. Back home, the Nigerian exchange is maintaining its ground after a historic first quarter. The All-Share Index remains robust, comfortably perched above the 201,000 point mark. Meanwhile, the Naira holds its steady trajectory in the official window, opening this morning at approximately 1,379 30 kobo against the US dollar. So we look ahead at strategies driving Nigerian enterprises through this season of high energy prices and stabilizing markets. Stay with us for the numbers, the insights, the impact, and this is Aneke TV Business Desk. I'm Uche Osai. Let's quickly take a look at the Nigerian business landscape this morning, and then we'll tell you that as early 2026, the Nigerian business landscape is characterized by a macroeconomic inflection point, transitioning from period of aggressive reform to one of cautious stability and consolidation. Macroeconomic outlook is one that as of April 2026, the economy is showing signs of recovery following the volatility of 2024 to 2025, and now the real GDP is projected to expand by approximately 4.3% in 2026, driven by improved crude oil production and a resilient services sector. And then after inflation, after peaking in the previous years, inflation has shown a steady decline with targets and are bringing it below 15%. And then looking at currency stability, we'll tell you that the foreign exchange market has achieved greater stability, though business continue to navigate the long-term effect of previous devaluations. And then let's focus on the policy, where we'll tell you that 2026 appropriation bill emphasizes on infrastructural modernization, speaking to road, power and rail, and the renewed hope, renewed hope agenda, renewed hope world development program aimed at grassroots economic empowerment. Financial markets will tell you that the Nigerian exchange has seen remarkable performance in the first quarter of 2026. Yes, the on-share index ASI recently crossed the historic 200,000 point mark, closing at 201,698.89 points as of early April. And then speaking to market capitalization, we'll tell you that total market value stands at roughly 129.81 trillion naira. Yes, and then let's quickly take a look at corporate earnings. Yes, at corporate earnings, where we tell you that major players like GT and Bua Foods have reported significant profits, 1.23 trillion naira and 518.4 billion naira respectively for the 2025 fiscal year, and driven, this is driving investors' confidence. And then looking at sectorial trends, let's start with the banking and oil and gas, which remains the primary drivers of the market, the market gains, while consumer goods and industrial indices have seen some pullback due to profit taking. And then looking at technology and innovation, we'll tell you that the tech ecosystem is shifting from growth at all costs to sustainable value-driven innovation. And then looking at the digital economy, Nigeria's digital economy revenue is projected to hit 18.3 billion US dollars this year. That's huge. And then looking at the area of AI, artificial intelligence, we'll tell you that 2026 is being held as the year of AI utility. Nigeria is expected to pass its first comprehensive AI regulation by Q2, moving the technology from hype to integrated functional use in fintech, logistics, and compliance. And then speaking to consolidation, increased regulatory enforcement from the CBN and SEC is triggering a wave of mergers and acquisition as larger players absorb smaller startups. And then let's look at the area of diversification. While fintech still leads, there is significant momentum in clean energy, yes, climate tech, or EdTech, and Q-commerce. Yes, that's quick commerce, emerging opportunities and risk. Let's talk about emerging opportunities and risk. And speaking to this, one could, look at the opportunities as FCFTA, leveraging trade to become a manufacturing hub. And then you talk about global energy prices, which is at the risk factors here, fluctuation in Brent crude affecting fiscal spaces. And then another area of opportunity is on the agribusiness. Yes, agribusiness will tell you that this area has high potential in value added agro processing. Yes, and then while at the risk end, we are looking at issues around stagflation, where risk is tied to prolonged Middle East crisis and logistic cost. And speaking to infrastructure, yes, the opportunities abound in infrastructure as renewable energy and power grid upgrades are set to happen. And then when we look at the risk axis, we look at consumer affordability. Persistent welfare pressure on the middle class is very high. And then let's quickly run and give you a market forecast for today. After the Easter holiday, the market is opening officially today, and here is our market forecast. Yes, and then we look at the markets as at today, this morning, April 7, 2026, reflecting a period of consolidation following a historic first quarter. While the underlying sentiment remains bullish, investors are currently navigating external pressures from global energy volatility. Yes, and then we'll look at the financial market, where we'll tell you that the all-share index ASI is holding steady above the psychological 200,000 point mark. It opened today at 201,703.55 points, following a slight pullback of a minus 0.002% in the previous session. Year-to-date gains will tell you that Nigerian equity remains one of the top global performers in 2026, with a 31% dollar-denominated return to year-to-date profit. And then looking at market capitalization, we'll tell you that the total market capitalization is hovering around 217.75 trillion naira, reflecting a strong investor appetite and improved corporate earnings. Yes, and then when we'll take a look at commodities and forex, we'll tell you that the Brent crude trading at elevated levels, currently above the $95 per barrel, with some estimates reaching $106 per barrel earlier this month. While this strengthens Nigerian fiscal position and benefit oil stocks like Seplant, it continues to exert pressure on domestic petrol prices and general inflation. And then looking at currency, we'll tell you that the Naira shows signs of relative stability entering the Q2. Yes, and this is supported by increased foreign portfolio participation, which is currently at a multi-year highs. And then looking at inflation, we'll tell you analysts have reversed 2026 inflation projections slightly upward to 15.5%, and they cite the extend to they're citing that there is extent to the end impact of global energy shocks. Yes, speaking to the crisis in the Middle East. And then let's quickly take a look at sector performance, and then for stocks for you to pick. And looking at the consumer, yes, the consumer goods, you look at consumer banking and the rest of them. And when you look at the consumer goods, we'll tell you that the consumer goods is very strong. You look at stocks like Unilever Nigeria PLC, you look at Bua Foods. Yes, these are areas that has recently had a positive 10% adjustment, and these are areas to capitalize on. And then looking at the banking sector, will tell you that the banking sector has been bullish. Yes, it's been bullish. And you look at stocks like Zenith Bank and GT. Zenith Bank trading at 103 naira. Yes, and then GT benefiting from recapitalization. So these are places you should take positions on. And then looking at telecom, will tell you that the telecom sector is quite stable. And looking at MTN Nigeria, which is currently trading at 760 naira, it remains a volume driver. And then quickly looking at other industries, will tell you that you can make profit. Yes, you can take profits from the telecom industries. You can equally look at other neutral stocks where they are facing profit taking in this Q1 may not really affect them, but investor strategy in this instance remains that of cautious optimism. Yes, investors are cautiously optimistic moving into the market that just opened today, coming back from the holiday. I will tell you that the market is showing a higher high pattern, but short-term resistance is expected near the 205,000 level. Yeah, investors should look at one. Yes, we are telling you what you should look at for today. One is that you should hedge with the energy. Yes, hedge with the energy. Maintain position in the oil and gas sector to benefit from high global crude prices. Yes, you hedge with the energy. Then two, monitor the treasury bills. Yes, monitor the treasury bills as the CBN maintains a tight monetary stance to curb the 15.5% inflation. Look for high yield opportunities in the fixed income market. And then another thing to look at for today, quite important, is profit taking. Yes, consider locking in gains on industrial stocks that have overextended during the 31% year-to-date rally. Yes, and that's what our real advice for you going into the market today after this holiday. One who said you should hedge with the energy. Yes, you hedge with the energy. Yes, and hedging with energy is that you maintain position in the oil and gas sector to benefit from high global crude prices. The tension in the Middle East is now abating soon, and we'll continue to witness the energy crisis that has driven the prices of crude so high. And you've seen stocks like Seplant, cashing in on the crisis, and the stock is taking a very good position that investors are grabbing profit from there, here and there in the energy sector. So hedge with the energy sector, and with that you may not really lose. And another thing to monitor, we told you, is you should monitor the treasury bills. Yes, and we'll tell you that this is because the CBN is maintaining a tight monetary stance, to curb the projected 15.5% inflation. So as you do this, you take a look at high yield opportunities in the fixed income market. Yes, and then you watch out carefully, and you too can benefit. Yes, profit taking, watch out for profit taking. Consider locking in gains on industrial stocks that have overextended during this 31% year-to-date rally. So watch out for this, and then you too can cash out. But most importantly, hedge with the energy sector. Yes, that's above the profit. That's a defensive mechanism to take as the market opens today. And this is where we'll draw the curtain today on Aneke TV's business desk. And what do we tell you? We'll tell you to invest wisely. I'm Uche Osai. Till come your way, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries. Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to inaugurate major infrastructure projects in Lagos. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump issues ultimatum as Iran rejects ceasefire proposal. Now on the news in details. President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to inaugurate a series of major infrastructure projects in Lagos on Wednesday and Thursday, underscoring the federal government's alignment with subnational development priorities. Lagos State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Mr. Benga Omotosho, announced this during a news conference, noting that the projects reflect deliberate investments aimed at strengthening economic growth, enhancing mobility, and improving living standards. Key among the projects is the Ojota-Opebi Link Bridge, a 5.04-kilometer road network designed to ease persistent congestion across strategic corridors, including Ojota, Maryland, Mende, Opebi, and Allen within the Ikeja axis. Mr. Motosho stated that the project, conceived over 2 decades ago, was revived and completed by the current administration, significantly improving connectivity and reducing travel time across one of Lagos' busiest commercial zones. Nigeria is advancing plans to establish a national air ambulance system following a high-level discussions between the federal government and European aerospace manufacturer Airbus. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohamed Alipati, inspected emergency medical helicopters in Lyon, France, as part of efforts to develop an integrated ground-to-air emergency response framework. The initiative, approved by President Bola Tinubu, aims to improve response to critical health emergencies, particularly in remote areas, addressing conditions such as strokes, cardiac events, and severe trauma. Authorities say the program will combine health services, civil aviation, and military logistics within a financing model designed to ensure sustainability while leveraging local expertise and reducing emergency response times nationwide. Security forces have rescued 7 persons abducted during an Easter Sunday attack on worshippers in Ariko village, Kachia local government area in Kaduna State. The victims were among 14 individuals kidnapped when armed assailants attacked First Equa Church and St. Augustine Catholic Church, killing 5 people in the process and escalating concerns over targeted violence against religious gatherings. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu deployed a special operations team to coordinate rescue efforts, with the freed victims now receiving treatment at Katari Hospital and reported to be in stable condition. Security agencies say coordinated ground and area operations are ongoing to secure the release of the remaining captives as authorities intensify surveillance and intelligence gathering across the affected region. Meanwhile, community leaders in Kaduna State have disputed reports claiming that victims abducted during an Easter church attack in Ariko, Kachia local government area have been rescued. The Kutuma Development Association stated that all 31 abducted persons remain in captivity, contradicting earlier accounts suggesting successful rescue operations by security agencies. In a statement signed by its president, Dr. Joseph David Ariko, and Publicity Secretary Manasseh Samuel, the group said families remain in contact with the kidnappers, who confirmed the victims are alive in their custody. The association cautioned against the dissemination of unverified information, warning that inaccurate reports risk creating false hope, deepening distress among families, and undermining public confidence in official communication. The prelate of Methodist Church Nigeria, Most Reverend Oliver Ali Abba, has urged state governors to adopt technology-driven security frameworks, citing Enugu State as a model. Speaking in Enugu during Easter celebrations, the cleric commended Governor Petermbah for deploying advanced surveillance systems capable of real-time monitoring across the state. Most Reverend Abba referenced his visit to the State Command and Control Center, describing its capabilities as a transformative approach to public safety and rapid response coordination. The endorsement came during the Diamond Jubilee celebration of Archbishop Christopher Ede, where the governor reiterated his administration's commitment to integrating security, social services, and economic development into a unified governance strategy. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Mr. Wike, has defended remarks widely criticized as threatening towards Channels television anchor Sheyin Okumbaloye. Speaking in a media interview, Mr. Wike described his statement about shooting the journalist as a figure of speech, insisting it was not intended as a literal threat, but an expression of frustration over perceived bias in political commentary. The controversy followed Okinbaloye's analysis of internal party dynamics and concerns about democratic plurality, which the minister argued crossed the line of journalist neutrality. Despite a private clarification between both men, rights groups, including Amnesty International Nigeria, have condemned the rhetoric, warning that inflammatory language by public officials could undermine press freedom and endanger journalists. In the meantime, the Nigerian Guard of Editors and Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project have called for an investigation into remarks made by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike against journalist Seun Okinbaloye. The organizations urged the federal government to ensure the safety of journalists and uphold constitutional protections for freedom of expression and press independence. They warned that increasing incidents of intimidation and threats against media practitioners signal a decline in press freedom and democratic accountability. The groups emphasized that freedom of expression extends to opinions that may challenge authority, stressing that safeguarding journalists is essential to sustaining Nigeria's democratic framework. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to inaugurate key Lagos infrastructure projects. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Donald Trump issues ultimatum as Iran rejects ceasefire proposal. We'll be right back shortly.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Tensions in the Middle East have escalated following Iran's rejection of a United States-backed temporary ceasefire proposal aimed at halting ongoing hostilities in the region. Iran, through diplomatic channels, called instead for a permanent cessation of conflict, the removal of economic sanctions and assurances on unrestricted access to the Strait of Hormuz, a critical global oil transit route. In response, U.S. President Donald Trump issued a strong warning, stating that failure to reach an agreement could trigger severe military consequences, including potential strikes on key national infrastructure. Meanwhile, reports indicate continued military engagements across, raising international concerns over civilian safety, global energy security, and the risk of a broader regional conflict. A Ukrainian defense technology firm, Firepoint, has announced plans to develop a low-cost air defense system designed to rival existing Western missile interception platforms. The company's co-founder, Denis Shitelman, disclosed that the system aims to significantly reduce the cost of intercepting ballistic missiles, potentially enhancing accessibility for countries facing aerial threats. In addition to defensive systems, the firm is advancing the development of ballistic missile technology, including long-range systems intended to strengthen Ukraine's strategic deterrence capacity and amid ongoing conflict dynamics. The company is also pursuing international investment partnerships to expand into satellite and aerospace technology, positioning itself as an emerging player in the global defense and space sectors. Astronauts aboard NASA's Artemis 2 mission are returning to Earth following a successful lunar flyby, marking a significant milestone in modern space exploration. Mission Commander Reid Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover reported unprecedented observations during the mission, including a rare view of a solar eclipse from space. The spacecraft reached a maximum distance of over 152,000 miles from Earth, setting a new record for human space flights beyond previous missions, while a temporary communications blackout occurred as expected during its passage behind the moon. NASA officials confirmed that the crew is scheduled for splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, including a mission widely regarded as a critical step toward future deep space and lunar exploration. The Nigerian naira has maintained relative stability against the United States dollar across official and parallel foreign exchange markets in early trading on April 7, 2026. At the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the currency opened at approximately 1,379 naira to the dollar, reflecting a marginal appreciation compared to previous trading sessions and indicating improved market confidence. Analysts attribute the stability to recent policy measures by the Central Bank of Nigeria, including liquidity management and exchange rate reforms aimed at unifying multiple market windows. The narrowing gap between official and parallel market rates continues to signal progress in foreign exchange reforms, with stakeholders closely monitoring upcoming monetary policy decisions for further direction. Now in sports, 7 members of Eritrea's national team have been reportedly gone missing following their participation in the African Cup of Nations qualifying fixture. The players disappeared during transit in South Africa after the team secured qualification, raising concerns among officials and prompting uncertainty over their current whereabouts. Sources indicate that only a portion of the squad returned to Asmara, while reports suggest that some of the missing players may be seeking asylum, a trend previously observed among Eritrean athletes. The incident has drawn attention away from the team's sporting achievement, highlighting ongoing concerns raised by international observers regarding migration patterns linked to competitive sports. Nigerian media personality Sophia Momodu has responded to criticisms on social media regarding her lifestyle and public appearances. The entrepreneur addressed comments questioning her personal choices, stating that public perception often overlooks her professional engagement and business achievements. Momodu highlighted her participation in international events and involvement in entrepreneurial ventures, emphasizing a balanced career beyond social media narratives. She reaffirmed her position on maintaining independence in her personal and professional life amid continued public scrutiny associated with her media presence. And finally, before we go, news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to inaugurate major infrastructure projects executed by the Lagos State government as part of ongoing efforts to enhance urban mobility, economic development, and public service delivery. On the foreign scene, the United States President Donald Trump has issued a strong ultimatum to Iran following its rejection of a proposed ceasefire, raising concerns over escalating tensions and the potential impact on global security and energy supply routes. Meanwhile, Nigeria is advancing plans to establish a national air ambulance system as Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Mohammed Ali Pate, engages with global partners to strengthen emergency medical response infrastructure. In the security sector, the Nigerian police force, in collaboration with other agencies, has rescued victims abducted during an attack in Kaduna State, while efforts continue to secure the release of those still in captivity. Economic indicators show relative stability in the Nigerian currency, with the Central Bank of Nigeria sustaining reforms that have strengthened the naira across official and parallel foreign exchange markets. In sports, concerns have emerged over the disappearance of several members of Eritrea's national football team following an international fixture, drawing renewed attention to outlet migration issues. In entertainment, Nigerian media personality Sophia Momodu has responded to public criticism, reaffirming her professional focus and independence amid ongoing social media scrutiny. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements? Coverage for events or the latest news stories, call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently, we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, innovation is not chaotic eruption, it is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across the emerging market, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of Japa are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of Japa into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, purpose, and love. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
Good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai, and we welcome you back from the Easter holiday as we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Monday, 7th of April, 2026. It's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, hot topics, and that Sunrise spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea. Enjoy the cruise because the sunrise is set.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something thoughtful to shift your perspective and help you stay well driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, get ready for the debates.
We also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you the sports wraps to leave you smiling.
Now we go to the quote of the day, our inspiration segment, which says, a man who does not look ahead finds himself behind. A man who does not look ahead finds himself behind. This is very inspirational this morning. And this quote is emphasizing on the importance of foresight, planning and intentional living. A man has to plan, a man has to have a foresight and be intentional with his living. When you look ahead, what happens to you is that you begin to understand where you are. When you look ahead, it looks like you're looking in retrospect to what is happening in the past. When you look ahead, you begin to understand where you are and what you're going. Looking ahead means that you're setting up your goals, you're setting up your vision, you are setting up your heart for a better tomorrow. A lot of people go into businesses, go into other things they do, and they don't understand that growth does not just happen in a minute. Growth happens with time. Looking ahead will also mean that you are planning yourself, you are putting your plans together so that at the end of the day you will have what you are going for, and it keeps you focused when every other thing distracts you. It keeps you
set on a particular side of your life where every other thing is drawing you back. Looking ahead is actually the major thing that a young man or a human being has to put into their life. When they look ahead, what happens to you is that you start to understand why you are living where you are. Finally, on this, I want to draw it towards the area of age. When you are 20 and you're making plans like someone who is 25, when you are not married but you're making plans for marriage, or you're making plans for your life, let's just talk about this ahead. It helps you to understand and to organize yourself. And those who seize opportunities and anticipate challenges are those who actually rule in life. And I'm telling you that when you make this your plan or make this your life, you're going to have a wonderful life. That's it.
All right. This morning we're being told that a man who does not look ahead finds himself behind. And in simple terms, we are speaking to planning. And in planning, we're speaking to you individually. They will plan differently depending on the area or sphere of life we find ourselves. And to you that is a student, how do you plan? You plan by having and scheduling your timetable right. What's your reading plan? What's your reading culture? You schedule and plan towards your examination. And preparation starts with planning, and planning starts with scheduling. Then, when you've planned appropriately, success follows you. So we are telling you this morning that you need to have a draft timetable of your reading plan. When do you go to bed? When do you wake up? When do you idle away your time? No, as a student, planning is key, and that determines if you come out as a first-class student or I follow my friends attend, what we call university attended. And as a businessman, and I love to speak to you, if you're watching from Obuete market in Enugu, or main market in Onitsha, or Ariaria market in Oba, or even at Ogige market in Osoka, we're telling you this morning that a man who does not look ahead finds himself behind. And we're speaking to you, planning. Yes, planning is key. And what does he say to a businessman to plan? Planning is all about making use of time, making use of resources available. And when we mention factors of production, capital, land, and then you talk about labor. And how do you handle this as a businessman? Your capital is key. And with your capital, you need to plan appropriately, plan ahead. Today, part of that planning is projecting into the future. You know what the global oil index is? We have, as a result of the crisis in the Middle East, prices of crude is going high and ensuring that the cost of energy is high in Nigeria. So you can project with your capital where the market will be by next week. And such, what do? You stock, take profit, restock, plan on where you ought to be, and plan that with your profit you're making, that in so and so period you are going to leave retail and go into wholesale. That is planning. That at the end of 2026 you should be able to expand from the kiosk where you are and move into a stall, and expand from the stall to a warehouse, from retail to what? A wholesaler. And from wholesaling you could plan, scale through to be what? A direct dealer for company representatives, and you plan from there to go into importation. It all takes planning. And I tell you one thing, mention one successful man that you know, and I will tell you a man who has meticulously planned his life ahead of time. Speak to Tony Elumelu. His life is a testimony. Speak to Mike Adenuga. His life is a testimony. Or is he the African behemoth, the Dangote himself? A man who keeps to time is a man who plans ahead, and Dangote is known for keeping to time. So these are men who could learn from. And on Sunrise this morning will tell you that yes, you have to do everything you can, yes, to plan ahead. For you to stay ahead, you need to plan ahead, and that's where we anchor it on Sunrise this morning.
All right, we go on a short break. When we return, right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. Oka will be warm, little cloudy this morning, around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, already feeling a bit sticky. By afternoon, it climbs to about 31 degrees Celsius to 33 degrees Celsius, and you will definitely feel the heat pressing down. As the day stretches, clouds in Oka will gather and rain or thunderstorms are very likely. So if you are heading out, if you're in Oka, keep an umbrella close. Evening turns cooler, damp and calm, with that fresh after rain smell in the air.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. The Enugu starts the morning cooler at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius with a calm, slight hazy feel. By afternoon, things heats up to around 32 degrees Celsius, and by mid-afternoon, we expect things a little cool, refreshing evening, the kind that makes you want to just relax and enjoy the breeze.
Good morning, Abakaliki. Abakaliki starts calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but don't get too comfortable. Afternoon will jump to about 32 degrees Celsius, ranging to 34 degrees Celsius, making it one of the hottest spots today. Clouds will build steadily, and by evening in Abakaliki, expect thunderstorms to break the heat. Night will become more quiet, cooler, and slightly misty.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. Expect a humid morning that quickly builds into a warm afternoon at about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius. The air may feel heavy as clouds thicken, and then late afternoon showers or thunderstorm roll in. The night settles into a moist, calm vibe with occasional light rain tapping through.
Good morning, Omahia. Your morning comes in mild and cloudy at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Pretty comfortable at first. By afternoon, it rises above 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, bringing noticeable humidity. Rain is very likely later, especially towards evening in Omahia, leaving behind a cool, slightly breezy and relaxed night atmosphere.
So, wherever you are in the Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, as you still enjoy the thrills of Easter. We'll remind you that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is the weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're welcome back here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines of the major newspapers across the nation today. Nation, The Punch, The Guardian, The Daily Trust, The Vanguard, and The Daily Sun. We'll start today with the Nation headline, which says, "We may not be able to field candidates in 2027, says ADC." We may not be able to field candidates in 2027, says ADC. Now on the Punch headline, we have federal government budgets 135 billion naira for 2027 election lawsuits. Now on the Guardian headline, we have opposition fights to stay on ballot amid legal internal conflicts. Now on the Vanguard, we have 2027 INEC laying landmines to prevent us from fielding candidates.
Now on the Daily Trust, we have 2027 ADC weighs options. Now in the Daily Sun, we have INEC wants to prevent us from fielding candidates, says ADC. We look at the Punch newspaper headline, which says federal government budgets 135 billion naira for 2027 election lawsuits. The federal government has allocated 135 billion naira to handle legal disputes arising from the 2027 elections, indicating expectations of numerous court cases and underscoring the high cost of electoral litigation. Federal government has budgeted this humongous amount of money to counter post-election lawsuits. And this is raising a lot of questions to the kind of democracy we are practicing, especially looking at the issues that are within our space and structure as a nation. Raising this kind of amount of money or having it budgeted for post-election legal issues, I would say we could also look at it from a hindsight to see what is going to happen, to see the ripple effect it will have on our democracy. First of all, this money is from a service-wide note, a centrally managed pool of funds. That funds could be pooled to service this place or the other place. It could be pooled to service any other side of the economy which needed to be serviced. But now, looking at it as a straightforward budget, a straightforward allocation for post-election issues, this I would say is probably the first time we're having such an issue, or an opt-in time we're having such thing coming up that is very loud, because the nation Nigeria and its people are expecting, because of the electoral reforms and the things which has happened, the things which are being drafted, the electoral acts which INEC issued the other day, and but which was backed up by Mr. President and other on the House of Reps and other House of validation. This is going to be a problem looking at Nigeria practicing democracy, looking at Nigeria practicing what we could say is a freedom of expression, freedom of participation in politics. Also, having this 135.22 billion naira budgeted would mean that the current government, or we could say the federal government, are ready for anything that will come out of this, or democracy, or whatever comes out of the election. Must it be settled in the courtroom? Of course, I know that issues can come up and people will say, okay, we're taking you to court. Oh, this election did not go well, or this particular event did not go well. What is actually happening is that budgeting this amount of money to tackle post-election lawsuits, to me it's not sitting well, because if it's making a major headline and causing such issue and causing such deliberation among the people, it means that there are certain things that we need to understand. Are we expecting to have a chaos, or to have a situation where the court will settle the elections in 2027 when the process is already running? It's not all going well. It's not coming together, because when we look at the place of the things which has been set in place, apart from the INEC issues that they're having with some political parties, with some coalition parties, we're also seeing it that INEC is a trusted, we could say they are trusted to handle Nigeria's election, and having this election to end in courtrooms are not going to go well, and also having a budget for it. How much did we budget for our other sectors, we could say, and how much did we budget for other things that are happening in the nation? How much are we looking at to having 135 billion naira for a post-election suit? Is not a welcomed idea, I would say. That's my own.
All right. Looking at this issue, from the perspective of the federal government budgets, budgeting 135 billion naira for 2027 election lawsuits, speaks to a lot of issues. And one is that this fund that is being budgeted, is a provision that is meant to curtail litigations as a post-election 2027. Then it leads one to interrogate the issue and ask, what happens with the INEC budget? INEC as an independent institution has its budget, and we are well aware that INEC has requested 873.78 billion naira from the National Assembly to be able to conduct the 2027 election. And then one may want to interrogate the line-by-line items that INEC intends to carry out. And I'm quite aware that INEC has a legal department which equally comes under budget. And then one asks, what is the budget of INEC, and why do we need an additional 135 billion that would be domiciled with INEC, but would be, on a need to have basis, be appropriated and then given out by the federal government? In this instance, it begins to question a lot of anomalies in our, our crime, in our structure. A number of times people speak to the structure that we operate in Nigeria as being one that is flawed. And in a number of times, whatever we do begins to, bring to limelight the flaws in our system. We are a nation that is in debt, despite the overflowing of the excesses that we're getting from the crisis in the Middle East. We're still an indebted nation because we're still going cap in hand borrowing. Just the other day, we heard about the rehabilitation of the Lagos ports, Tinkan and Apapa port, in what is equally a borrowing that will be paid back. And then you ask yourself, why are we having, this fiscal recklessness in handling our finances? 135 billion naira for litigations, post-election litigation. It begins to tell you one thing, that yes, our leaders and our politicians are already preparing for a scenario where if things do not go according to their plans. But my angst against this issue is that, one, INEC as an independent institution has a budget that will be appropriated under the law and is catered for as an independent institution. And this morning, the Punch is inundating us with this humongous amount, that is already atomized at the floor of the House of Representatives, where this fund will be, appropriated and kept aside amongst other, need to know or need to use on a need to use basis by the federal government. And it speaks to the issue of accountability. One, if I may begin to point at these issues, when you have such excess funds at your disposal, at your beck and call, it now begins to lead to issue of accountability on how do you use these funds. Having said that, now let's interrogate the issue with INEC. I've told you that INEC has a legal department that equally has a budget that runs under the INEC budget for the election, and in conducting election on INEC budget will be issues around the post-election issues as well, speaking to logistics, speaking to litigation. INEC in their budget is allowed and is by law to cater for these issues. Now, you now begin to, who are the parties going into election? Is the Federal Republic of Nigeria part of the litigants as a result of issues that may arise from the election? Speaking to federal government, would the federal government be a litigant in this issue? Yes, they may say to be litigants, but they are represented under the banner of Independent National Electoral Commission and not the federal government as a whole. Are you getting me? Yes. So in this instance, having additional budget under the appropriation and control of the federal government begins to beg other issues. We have a party, we play party politics in Nigeria. It's a partisan democracy, and in Nigeria it seems that winner takes all, and you have where the party at the helm controls affairs. And in this instance, the leadership of Nigeria is the APC political party, and then they are the ones who go into this election. Are we going to fund the litigation for the whole party? That's the question. If, for instance, at the end of the day, if PDP is on the ballot and they happen to go to court to challenge the conduct of the 2027 election, for example, or his candidate goes to court to challenge the conduct of the outcome of the election, are we saying that the federal government is going to cater for this litigation as a whole, or are we going to use this fund to represent the interests of APC, leadership, orchestrated or represented by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? These are the questions. And even at the subnational, when we are budgeting this homogeneous amount, it needs to be explicitly clear on what we are budgeting for, what the fund will be used for. Are we going to procure lawyers for the ruling party? Are we equally going to procure lawyers for the other political parties as well? And are we going to fund extra budgetarily for the functions of INEC legal department in this instance? So it begins to beg a lot of issues when you have idle funds available. People tend to misuse them. So these are the questions that will be rising from this. And I dare ask, our leadership, the National Assembly, that will be appropriating the request of INEC of 873.73 billion naira, if these issues around litigations, post-election litigations and handlings are not covered in INEC budget as an independent entity. And in this instance, INEC is supposed to have all its available funds made available to them. And I'm quite aware that this money are dispatched in tranches. But in this instance, if it's budgeted for, it shouldn't be under the custody of any other person but INEC. And if INEC has need post-election litigations, it should be covered in their statutory allocation. And that's the point. So in this instance, like you rightly pointed out, it begins to raise a lot of dust about the structure, about our polity, how reckless we are with funding and finances. Because in this instance, one cannot begin to separate, what this fund is meant for. In this instance, that we are already working, projecting, orchestrating an outcome that will lead to the judiciary, being the sole determinants of who continues to occupy what position in Nigeria. And these are issues we should be moving away from. In fact, we should be able to make funds available to INEC to be able to conduct an election that will be seen and be said by all and sundry to be free, fair, and acceptable by all parties, and rather not start to make preparation for litigation, even though there are chances that they may arise. But our election should be very credible, very acceptable, one that is open and acceptable by all parties, irrespective of pre-election issues that we are beginning to witness, making a lot of people, call to question the timetable, the schedule for the next election, given the myriad of challenges that beginning to come to the limelight all across our nation, especially as it regards the opposition politics and political parties in Nigeria. So for me, like you rightly submitted, we need to scrutinize this amount. Let it not be a situation where the representatives in this instance would appropriate and allow access to the federal government as they've been, they've submitted, and they want 135 billion is a humongous amount, and if killed under or onto other sectors, troubled sectors, even into the energy sector, I believe that this is a humongous amount that will be, the impact will be felt. And we are speaking to a nation where ASU is threatening the federal government to go on strike. We are talking about resident doctors who are threatening strike as well. So these funds should be appropriated for the right channels and should be covered in INEC budget going into 2027 election. So I do not, and I am not enamored to know that the federal government is already making, preparation for post-election litigation. It tells you that this process in all, even from the handlers of the nation, are already circumspect and questioning the whole build up to that election.
All right, we go over to the Daily Sun, where we have the news about the journalist Okimbaloye, which says investigate threats against Okimbaloye, other journalists. NGE Serap tells Tinubu. Investigate threats against Okimbaloye, other journalists. NGE Serap tells Tinubu. This is a growing concern over alleged threats and intimidation directed at journalists in Nigeria, including prominent broadcaster Seun Okimbaloye. Media stakeholders, particularly the Nigerian Guild of Editors, alongside advocacy group Serap, are calling on President Bola Tinubu to order a thorough investigation. The appeal centers on safeguarding press freedom, protecting journalists from harassment, and ensuring accountability for any individuals or institution involved in the report threats. This is what we are talking about, how the FCT minister, when he said that as he was watching that Politics Today, that he felt like doing something, and that was, if there was a chance he would have directed something to Seun Okimbaloye, because of just the talks and the words that were coming. And these organizations are calling that Mr. President, should go on to investigate into this issue and other issues which are happening. I mean, this is one of it, we could say, that has been so prominent. And for what they are saying, they mean that this investigation should go deeper to every other area. And now, what I'm even realizing is that as the whole situation is heating up, there would actually be more calm, and next time it won't be like this. When someone wants to express themselves, no matter your level, no matter where you are in Nigeria, no matter your situation, no matter your level, basically, you would learn to speak, especially when you're speaking with journalists. And this is also providing rights for ensuring that the rights of journalists are protected, because I mean, the press is the fourth estate of the realm, and without the press there could not be a broadcast, or we could say a major expansion of the national issues. When I mean national issues, explain to people, telling people, is a means where people learn and understand and know the government and its policies, what they are going to do, how they are carrying about their activities and other things. When this particular side of the nation is shut down, you will see that there will not be freedom of expression. And if there's something that could happen that may do something to the nation, many of these people will be afraid of their lives. And when it comes to press, when it comes to journalism, there's always a hearing from the both sides. There's always a hearing from the both sides, and it makes it very, very neutral. So if there's a threat as alleged against Channel CV Seun Okimbaloye, and then these organizations are calling that Mr. President should look into it and make sure that there is no further escalation of things. Well, Mr. Wike has come out to say that he was just using that as a rhetoric. It's not intentional. That he was just using that to express himself. That he doesn't mean any harm. Even his press secretary has come out to say that that was just a rhetoric, a metaphor that would have been used. But is that the only thing to say? Could that be the only thing that he would have said? I'm just asking. But at the end of the day, we would see the intentions. I heard that both of them, from the news, that they have actually reconciled. They have had a talk and other things. Yes.
All right. Before I speak on this issue, first of all, let's listen to a clip from Seun Okimbaloye, speaking on this very issue.
I'm Seun Okimbaloye, live for you in Abuja. I've seen the comments suggesting I could have been shot for doing my job on Politics Today right here on China's television. I sincerely I want to thank civil society organizations, our viewers, for your love and your comments and your solidarity, and both local and international organizations for your swift interventions and for lending your voices. Your support is deeply appreciated and reinforces our collective commitment to truth and accountability. The fact remains that our democracy is in danger if we allow one-way traffic in balloting. This is not a warning to the opposition or the ruling party, but to all Nigerians who believe in the development of our nation. I acknowledge that Channels Television has taken steps to address this matter, and I note the ongoing reassurance from the Department of State Services, the DSS, regarding safety. I also received a call from the Honorable Minister who clarified that the intention was not as conveyed. While that is noted, it is important to emphasize that violent rhetoric or suggestive threats are never appropriate responses to dissent in a democratic society. At a time like this, particularly during an election season, clear and consistent assurances of safety are critical. We must not create an environment where such statements can be exploited by those with harmful intentions. Let me be clear, I'm not afraid, and I will never and not be intimidated. Journalism, grounded in ethics and global best practices, remains a duty to the public, not a concession to power. We may disagree, and as humans, we may err, but dissent must never descend into hostility or harm. I will continue to do what I love, asking the necessary questions, holding power to account, and working in the interest of Nigeria and its progress. If that commitment comes at a cost, so be it. Truth must endure. Thank you everyone for your love. Appreciate it.
All right, that's quite very clear. But before I speak to the position of Segun Kimberlaye, yes, emphasis needs to be clarified that the FCT minister has come out to, apologize and clarify that he never meant it that way, that he was, in a manner of speaking, trying to express how he felt doing politics today when Segun Kimberlaye, was on his duty anchoring his program, Politics Today. Having said that, I anchor on the position of Segun Kimberlaye, where he has, openly, accepted the fact that the FCT minister has called him and has spoken. But one thing I take away from this is calm demeanor, is calmness, in taking the whole situation and then assessing it, and is able to, state clearly that he continues to do the job he loves and he doesn't feel intimidated. Nigeria is a prebendal society where, those of us who find ourselves at corridors of power tend to utilize that opportunity. We want to be worshipped. We want every other person to kowtow to our whims and dictates. Having stated that, yes, while the FCT minister has come out to state categorically that he never meant it in a violent way, but rather in a metaphorical manner of speaking. But the emphasis is that, he who lives in a glass house doesn't need to throw stone. And Mr. FCT minister occupies a public position. In fact, let me tell you in clear terms, if you were in other climes, the FCT minister would be resigning from that position. And that is clear. Another thing that is obvious is that irrespective of how highly placed, we need to accommodate the fact that journalists must do their job. Yes. And we need not to resort to violent rhetorics, irrespective of the fact whether we mean it or not. And in this instance, I applaud the Nigerian Guild of Editors and SIRAP for calling on Mr. President that this issue needs to be probed, needs to be investigated. A number of times journalists are a threatened species in trying to carry out their day-to-day duties. And I tell you, in a society where you do not have people in this profession, the fourth estate of the rim, holding to account leadership and charging the citizens to their responsibility, you have a society that will degenerate from the prebendal society that it is today to an animalistic, developmental stage that we are in, where it will be the survival of the fittest, and God forbid that we degenerate to that level again. Having said that, yes, we may disagree. The opinion of a journalist may not accurately, portray your feelings or your own position on this issue. That's why the media is there. They give you ample opportunity for a balanced dialogue. And in this instance, dialogue should have been pursued. The minister has access to press. He has access to the media. He should have it like such. And he has press, he has media aids as well. They should have been unleashed, against Segun Okibalaye if you are taking a position that is anti the position of the FCT minister. And, we're speaking to this issue because it portrays a whole number of the journalists across Nigeria as an endangered species. We've had instances where journalists have been wounded in their line of duty. And these are species that should be respected. They should be honored for the sacrifice they make for the nation, because they are the conscience of the nation. Yes. So, when I heard all this, irrespective of the fact, I continue to acknowledge that the FCT minister had clarified. But we need to use this as a standing stool to amplify issues like this, that people, as soon as we are journeying into an election year, should be mindful of their rhetorics. Do remember that in 2023, 2022-2023 election, you remember the speech by the Oba of Lagos, where he said that they would throw a certain tribe to the lagoon if they do not vote for their candidates. And issues like this, rhetorics like this, leads to violence. And we do not want to go into this route. You remember that Rwanda is still reeling from the effects of genocide. Remember the Rwandan scenario. Yeah. So we need not to degenerate to that level. Those who find themselves at the corridors of power need to be mindful of their rhetorics. They need to be mindful of what they say. They are role model. People are watching. Yes, the minister has come out to clarify. But there are people who have gone away with his first instance, that if he had the opportunity, he would use a gun at a journalist that was just doing his job. There are avenues for redress, and the minister has it at his disposal. If the journalist of Channels Television, Segun Okibalaye, did misrepresent him, then the courts are there for you to pursue legal proceedings against him. And in this instance, we'll continue to, amplify and ask, like the Nigerian Guild of Editors, SIRAP, and the rest of them have asked. Yes, it has to be amplified. It has to be investigated, at least as a precursor to not let such happen again, to be able to protect, and shield journalists who are in the field doing their job for this nation. And more often is a thankless job. They do it out of passion more often. You look at them, they are not the best in our society, but passion drives them to continue to be the moral conscience of our nation, and they need to be protected.
All right, thank you very much. We go on a short break. We'll return with more updates. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Welcome back. Still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. We go over to the Vanguard newspaper headline. We go over to the Vanguard newspaper headline, which says 2027 INEC laying landmines to prevent us from fielding candidates. INEC laying landmines to prevent us from fielding candidates. JDC has accused
INEC of deliberately creating obstacles that could stop it from fielding candidates in the 2027 elections, intensifying claims of bias and deepening tensions over the party's ongoing crisis. INEC and ADC has been on the news over more than 2 weeks now, going back and forth. And the major issue right now is the delisting of the National Working Committee of the ADC, who took over from the other party holders. I'm talking about Senator David Mark and Rauf Araboshola, who took over from the other working committee and other people. Now, the whole thing is that ADC has accused INEC of allegedly laying landmines, trying to obstruct their way into the 2027 election. And INEC keeps saying that if they do what they should do right, then they will be in the election, that they don't have any hand in their issue. While ADC is saying that they're intentionally doing that. Looking at the coming together of the coalition, which involves former Anambra State Governor and former presidential candidate, Mr. Peterobi, and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. You are having now Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State, has also joined in the coalition. Since I keep saying that since Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso joined that coalition, there has been this INEC and ADC issue, which has raised a lot of tensions among the public space and in Nigeria. And ADC is also saying that they are giving INEC 72 hours ultimate. I think that 72 hours should expire today or maybe tomorrow. That they are going to, hijack, allegedly be in every INEC offices. They are going to fill themselves in every INEC offices. And ADC is not just going as ADC. ADC is going with the peterobi movement, the youths who are supporting peterobi and the rest of them. Looking at this is raising a lot of questions too on the issues that are surrounding this particular problem, which has been happening over the time. Talking about INEC and ADC, is it only ADC that is an opposition party, first of all? Where is PDP? Of course, PDP is having their own issue internally, as even Mr. Wike said, there's no issue in PDP, of course. But now, looking at this two coalition coming together to have what we could say a word clash, I'm saying that there are lots of things we could look into. And it's not sitting well from the point where there has been a court order, and there has also been an issuance, an exchange where INEC, from what was said, INEC was present to monitor the situation, to see how it all went. And now coming to turn the whole thing around could be the questions Nigerians are asking. Yes.
All right. Looking at this very issue on the merits, is an issue that somehow is sub judice, being that is an issue that is before the courts. But INEC, rather than in this instance waiting for the court to raise this very issue, has gone to interpret, the order of court without equally going back to the court to ask exactly what they meant. And the question here is that of status antebellum, and it continues to ring and range because it's been on the front burner. The case here, as it concerns the leadership of ADC, led by David Mark Araboshola, having taken over from the former ESCOs of ADC after Ralph Nusu and cohort resigned and then entrusted leadership to David Mark and Araboshola. The question to ask is that while the neck of ADC met, where those decisions were reached for the leadership to resign and hand over to David Mark Araboshola leadership, was INEC not carried along all this while? And the information available is that yes, INEC was carried along in this instance. So leading one to ask, at what point did INEC feel that this whole issue, was not properly done? And when you look at on that very day, when you watch the clips available, you will see that Alhaji Nafi Gombe was present and reeling, with all smiles, and has been, when we've read his tweet, on this instance, where he spoke to patriotism and the need to allow other people, carry along and on their fight to salvage the Nigerian nation, which according to him is not faring very well, and that it takes patriotism. So now INEC is now hinged on the same litigation from this very individual who has gone to court, and court has maintained and said that yes, why would determine this issue that the status quo antebellum should be maintained, and which is rising to this crisis, leading to the crisis that we are witnessing, where INEC has come out to say they are no longer recognizing the David Mark leadership. That according to court, they should maintain status antebellum. And listening to a lot of legal luminaries speak on this issue, one cannot but believe that that INEC in this instance may have failed to get their interpretation right, and perhaps as the ADC are alleging that INEC is laying landmines for them to ensure that they are not in the ballot 2027, and that if that is what's happening, then it's unbecoming of an umpire, of the INEC repute that is going to conduct the 2027 election in Nigeria. And I tell you one thing, the process that leads to this election is as important as compared to the election itself. The process has to be transparent. The process has to be free. The process has to be credible for you to be able to have a free, fair, and credible and acceptable election for all. So INEC in this instance needs to be careful in whatever position it takes. In fact, in this instance, one should expect that INEC should have been at the forefront, in court, asking court for interpretation in this instance. And if one is to anchor on the position of the Supreme Court on party issues, then one would say that INEC in this instance, brought the wrong foot forward. Because the Supreme Court, which equally is an organ, that makes law while interpreting and passing judgment, they have said that internal affairs of political parties remains an affairs of the political parties and are not subject to litigation. And we've seen this ruling in the instance of the Labour Party speaking to Julius Abure versus Nenadi Usman. We equally saw the same scenario in PDP. So why is this very case different? These are the questions to ask. What's different about this one? Is it not an internal affair of the political party? Even if they are in court, INEC in the past, and I tell you, with data available, what was the position of INEC during the Ahmadu Sharif and Ahmed Al-Makrafi, tussle in PDP? What was INEC's position? Did they not continue to recognize one faction until the issue was determined in court? Now, going equally looking at the issue in Labour Party between Julius Abure and Nenadi Usman, what happened? Did the Nigerian INEC not continue to recognize Abure at certain instances until a court made a pronouncement on the issue, leading to more appeal and litigation? INEC in no instant did they, they recognized the leadership of Labour Party. They continued to deal with one party until the court came and gave a categorical ruling on that instance. And then, if we look at PDP over time, had until recently INEC not continued to recognize a faction of the PDP. And even after court's pronouncement, leading to the convention that is organized by a faction of the PDP, was INEC not present? Did INEC not recognize that convention? Are they not in correspondence with this faction as well? So, after all said and done, the point remains that INEC, being a watchdog, of our processes, our electoral processes, needs to be careful not to be the agency that hits off the polity. Right? Now, if you go forward, you'll see that the youth wing of the ADC are beginning to give out a ultimatum for them to begin to either picket or mobilize against the Independent National Electoral Commission. And this does not augur well for our nation. While we are still at it, the are people who are of the view, and it may not be far-fetched when they say and allege that there are underhand dealings in this instance. And I keep saying that INEC, like Caesar's wife, needs to be above board. They need to be clean. They need to be seen to be clean in all instances. They shouldn't be partisan. They shouldn't be seen to be taking sides. And ADC is crying out loud, given by the timelines of the election. When do we know, given the Nigerian judicial processes, when are we going to exhaust all judicial process to settling the issue in the ADC and then have ADC in the ballot? This is why ADC is, raising concern, raising alarm as to INEC plotting the landmine. And for me, INEC should allow the politicians do their politics and continue to be the regulatory authority in this instance. I do not know if one continue to anchor on the position of INEC, saying that they received, correspondence from the lawyers to the individuals who are in litigation. Then the question remains, when does correspondence from lawyer become the position of law? And like I did say, the least INEC could do is to go to court to ask for interpretation of what antebellum means. Because a lot of lawyers has given interpretation, and we will continue to wait for the court to categorically, state where they are on this issue. And going by, the maintaining status quo antebellum, it throws up two issues here. What status is the court saying that we should maintain? Which is why I said I feel that INEC should have gone to court to ask for interpretation if they were confused. Those of them in the ADC are of the view that maintaining status quo antebellum is to maintain the status quo of things before Nafiu Gombe went to court. And what is the status of things? That David Mark and Rebeshola leadership continue to be recognized, because INEC in this instance, are they saying that they've made a terrible mistake in the process they were part of, because they've been in correspondence, and they should have told the National Working Committee of ADC that they were doing the wrong thing and wouldn't have gone ahead to recognize the David Mark leadership. But they did recognize, having been informed that they were part of the process, that ADC carried them along through this process. I have listened to Ralph Mosu speak on this issue, and they alleged to correspondences between them and INEC throughout the process. And in this instance, if INEC is telling us that they've erred, then the interpretation remains, what is the status of things before Nafi went to court? It is the leadership under David Mark. Again, if it is said to be that the status quo antebellum is such that it should recognize the already resigned leadership of ADC under Ralph Mosu, then INEC didn't do that as well. In this instance, what INEC has gone ahead to do is to create a vacuum. I'm not a lawyer, but I do not know of anywhere in our constitution that allows for vacuum in the leadership of any political party. So, if one may begin to look at things from the prism of the ADC, then it may not be far-fetched, as they are alleging, that INEC is laying landmines. So, like I did submit, INEC should be seen to be fair to all, and like Caesar's wife, be above board in this very instance. There are a whole lot of interpretation that will occur to this. But to balance it, yes, there are those who are of the view that what the David Mark leadership has done was to hijack, the leadership of an existing party. But that argument in itself can be very porous. Because we saw Nafi Muhammad in that, in the very place where Mark and Rebeshola were invested with the leadership of the party, and then after how many months, you now realize that you were supposed to be the leadership of the party. And I ask, can an individual be stronger than the NWC of a political party? These are the issues, but like I did say, is issue in litigation. But above all, what matters is that the process leading to an election needs to be free, fair, clear, for you to have a credible election. The build-up is as important as we go into the election proper, and INEC needs to be careful not to hit the policy, moving forward.
All right, we go over to the Guardian headline, which says opposition fights to stay on ballot amid legal internal conflicts. Opposition fights to stay on ballot amid legal internal conflicts. Opposition parties are struggling to remain eligible for elections as they grapple with legal battles and internal divisions, raising concerns over their ability to participate effectively and compete in upcoming polls. Oppositions are trying to gain their ground in the forthcoming election, that's in 2027, while we are seeing it from a point where they are having internal divisions, and also like ADC has accused the inec of trying to line them, trying to put them down. There's a lot of issues here and there in opposition parties, while the main ruling party, APC, are said to be solid, are said to be together. And 21 political parties so far have been registered with the Independent National Electoral Commission. At the end of the day, all these parties, from the point of tensions, divisions, and all that, may not make it to the ballot. Looking at the divisions and the issues which are happening, citing ADC from the beginning of time till now, where we have the likes of former presidential candidate and the former Senate president of Nigeria and former governor of one southwest state. We're also talking about other chief of people, other traditional rulers, people who have been in the top, coming together in the coalition, and also having the inec issues, a saga with ADC, where they have been registered, the National Working Committee, just like we finished pointing out. Now I'm going to PDP. We're having the internal issues, internal division. They're having Sheyi Makinde side, and talking about Mr. Nyesom Wike's side, the FCT minister's side, who had a convention, who just had the national convention just a few days ago, last week or last 2 weeks. Now looking at this, Sheyi Makinde side trying to side themselves and take up what belongs to them. And it looks like the factions are really trying to stabilize themselves on each side. And there has been a court ruling. And these things are the issues that are coming up. Talking about SDP too, and the NMPP, and a lot of other political parties which has come under the registration and are fighting for the ballots. It may, at the end of the day, be that few of them will emerge, looking at the issues they're having internally and the things which are happening. I would say that then, from the whole point of view, things need to be fixed very fast, coming from the point of ADC to the point of PDP, to the point of other political parties. Things has to be done very fast, so that the opposition, so that the election would actually be an election. I would say it actually would be an election. That's my own point of view, so that we don't have where it is only a party that is surfacing as the best party. Of course, you know that APC has worked so hard to fix themselves to garner up to 31 governors among 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. They have worked so hard. They have had even the majority of the House of Reps members and the House of Senate and the senatorial members coming together for them. That is something that we are looking at. So, INEC should just look into this, find their grounds, find what needs to be done very fast to be able to have an election and for us to be able to practice democracy. Some of them may be internal democracy issues, consensus and other things. But at the end of the day, we're going to see what happens. Yes.
All right. Looking at the issue, in the Guardian newspaper, where we are being told that the opposition parties are in crisis, right? They are in fight and may not stay on ballot, on legal. Some opposition political parties we have in Nigeria, virtually all of them in one crisis or the other. But for the ruling APC, which is well-oiled, well-managed, and things are well orchestrated, it's, if allowed and opened up, it may have its own internal crisis, but it seems at this instance to be the most well-managed political party in Nigeria. Having said that, it needs to be worried, by the fact that opposition politics or opposition landscape in Nigeria is one that is fragmented, structurally defective, and is made and weakened, in litigations. There's no opposition political party that is capable of mounting, a challenge against the ruling party that is not encumbered with one legal challenge on the other. The Labour Party is highly fragmented, reeling from its, prolonged litigation on the leadership struggle with Abure and Nadi Usman. And this issue was, just resolved as peterobi stepped out from that party, leading the obedient movement and peterobi to allege that, yes, they are not wanted on the ballot. And he spoke to it categorically. And moving away, the behemoth PDP that has been touted to be one of the biggest political party in Africa is in total fragmentation. Is become a semblance of his old self and is equally, mired in litigation. As you've rightly pointed out, there is the opposing factions. And then speaking to the coalition that many has hoped to be the hope of opposition politics in Nigeria is equally deeply embedded in crisis. Having said that, one thing that is obvious here is that our politician needs to be cautious and needs to work together for us to work towards upholding the democracy that we enjoy. As things look, it's as if we're, retrograding towards the Abacha democratic era, where the political parties did adopt General Sani Abacha as their sole candidate. And as it stands, we are most likely going to have a sole candidate, in 2027 election. And if these other political parties did find a way to be on the ballot, there are still legal landmines that may hinder. For example, if anybody from the opposition is to trump the ruling APC, there are legal landmines that could make it possible, as the inec chairman, did allege the other time, citing the issue in Zamfara, may trap up to make such a person unable to click such position. After all said and done, it's quite important to note that even the ruling party, Mr. President that I know, wouldn't want to be a beneficiary of a pariah victory, that would be negating every principles of democracy, and coming out to have be the leader of a well-fragmented, politically divided nation, going into 2027. And for me, all hands needs to be on deck. We need to work together to salvage the system. It's not about political ideologies or different political party. What is important here is that our democracy is, in turmoil. Democracy is, in this instance, challenged. If we do not have credible political parties, credible opposition, then the very foundation of democracy is being threatened, because democracy, as we understand, is anchored on representative government. And representative government doesn't just, behoves on those who are in leadership or those who have won election. Then accredited representation, yes, but representation in opposition, as they still, represent the hope and aspiration of a larger population who may not buy into the policies of a ruling political party. So having said that, the challenge, yes, like you did mention, the onus still lies on INEC to see that beyond 2027, that we'll have political parties that will be said to be political parties. And if we move and navigate to other climes, we'll look at the US, where we copy from. We know about the Republicans and the Democrats, despite other political parties, but the Republicans and Democrats, they've stood the test of time. So we need to pander towards these climes and begin to study what they are doing and do away from these African tendencies where people want to, see a politics and policies that would orchestrate a strong individual, and to move away to the structures of the strong individual to a strong institution, we may continue to have the challenges that we are facing with political parties in Nigeria. And it's still, continue to be seen and studied how these opposition political parties will be able to navigate the myriad of challenges, internal challenges and litigation challenges that they are confronted with, to be able to be in the ballot, and if they are on the ballot at the end of the day, be able to defend any of such mandates in court. So these processes are no longer palatable. And like I did mention, INEC should ensure that the process is one that is credible. Is as credible, that the process is as important, that the process is as credible as the election itself. And we do not and may not achieve this credibility if we do not have a very ground for the political parties, both those are the ruling and the opposing, to participate freely. It is called a free and fair election that will be acceptable by Nigerians and the international community as well. And that is what gives credibility to whoever we elect as our president.
All right, and that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab a physical copy of your favorite paper from the nearest vendor, or you can catch up with the details online. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with further updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Now, today is the World Health Day, and as it is in the culture, we are celebrating as Nigerians and as the people of the globe, we are celebrating and having to look into the health and the health practices that we have been observing over the years. I can say kudos to health practitioners and the people who have been making and enforcing us to have a good health. Now, World Health Day 2026 arrives under the global banner, Together for Health. Stand with science. It means together for health, stand with science. It is a call to action that resonates with profound urgency in Nigeria, a nation where the brilliance of its medical professionals often clashing with the structural shadows of its healthcare system. While the world celebrates scientific breakthroughs, Nigeria's observance must be one of sober reflection, a bridge between the health we envision and the reality we endure. World Health Day commemorates the founding of the World Health Organization, championing the principle that health is a fundamental human right. In Nigeria, however, this right is frequently mediated by economic status. As of 2026, Nigeria continues to grapple with a universal health coverage UHC index that struggles to break past the 45% mark. While the global community discusses the future of genomic medicine and AI-driven diagnosis, the Nigerian health sector faces a dual burden of disease. Persistent threats combating endemic malaria, which still accounts for approximately 27% of global cases and 31% of global deaths, predominantly affecting Nigerian children and pregnant women. Rising shadows, a surging tide of non-communicable diseases, NCDs, like hypertension and diabetes, often referred to as silent killers in a society where routine screening is a luxury. The most poignant irony of World Health Day in Nigeria is that while the country produces world-class talents, its own wards are often understaffed. The migration of healthcare workers, the Japa syndrome, has reached a critical threshold. Recent data suggests that Nigeria's doctor-to-patient ratio remains at roughly 1 over 5,000, a staggering distance from the World Health Organization recommendation of 1 to 600. This exodus is not merely a search for better pay. It is a search for a sanctuary of science, facilities where equipment works, oxygen is constant, and the environment respects the sanctity of life. To stand with science in Nigeria means we must first stand with the scientist, the doctor, and the nurse by providing the infrastructure they need to survive and thrive. Science cannot stand without sustenance. The 2001 Abuja Declaration, where African Union countries pledged to allocate 15% of their annual budgets to health, remains unfulfilled promise in Nigeria, with recent allocations often hovering between 4% and 6%. Out-of-pocket expenditure. Over 70% of Nigerians still pay for healthcare out of their own pockets. In a period of economic volatility, a single medical emergency is often the catalyst that pushes a middle-class family into extreme poverty. The primary healthcare PHC gap. While tertiary centers in Lagos or Abuja see investment, the rural PHCs, the first line of defense, frequently lack basic immunization and maternal care services. Celebrating World Health Day in Nigeria cannot be limited to colorful banners and seminars. It must be a day of radical accountability. Standing with science means prioritizing data, expanding insurance, reducing dependency on imported pharmaceuticals, currently over 70%, to safeguard national health security. Nigeria is a country of immense resilience, but resilience is not a substitute for a functioning healthcare system. As we celebrate World Health Day 2026, let the powerful word be commitment. Health is the bedrock of productivity. A sick nation cannot be a wealthy one. We must harmonize our cultural strength with scientific investment to ensure that in the next year, we are not just celebrating the existence of a global organization, but the tangible survival and well-being of every Nigerian, from the creeks of the Delta to the hills of the North.
Yes, as the world celebrates World Health Day, we wish Nigeria the very best. As we've heard from the reading and the write-up on the World Health Day, we encourage Nigeria to ensure that healthcare becomes one of the best in the world, that medical tourism becomes a thing of the past. We should equip our hospitals, ensure that our best talents remain behind, instead of the Japa syndrome that we are witnessing. But in all, we join the World Health Organization in acknowledging and celebrating World Health Day.
All right, thank you very much. And here we call it a day on a sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukuma.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, topical headlines, policies, personalities, politics shaping our nation. And I'm your host, Uche Osai. The countdown to 2027 has begun. And for Nigeria's opposition party, the PDP, is not just another election year. It's a battle for survival, relevance, and redemption. From conventions that test the limits of party unity to growing internal factions that demand political recalibration, the road ahead is anything but smooth. Today, we seek insight beyond the headlines into the law, the politics, the leadership struggles shaping the PDP's bid to reclaim power. Joining us is Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeast Zone of the country. He is a legal icon, a political strategist. Yes, he will help us unpack the intrigues, the legal implications, and perhaps the blueprint for the party's resurgence as the 2027 election loom large on Nigerians' horizon. Chief, it's a pleasure to have you on this side.
It's a pleasure, thank you.
Yes. Chief, how has it been?
It's fair and good.
Okay. You know, first of all, let me congratulate you on your emerging as the National Vice Chairman of People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeast Zone of the country.
It's good. It's God doing. This is a situation whereby we have been off the political arena for so many years.
Yes, it's unexpected, and I was surprised.
This is 21 years.
21 years
after my position as former national auditor. So this is 24 years. It's God doing. Though we have been on the sideline watching what was happening, it's not as if we have completely been out of politics. So we have been sideline watching what was happening, and then incidentally, God said it's time for us to come. And this time is a situation whereby we will see how we are going to revitalize a situation that looks so difficult.
You know, perhaps let's just say you are maybe being humble about it. The good works, your doggedness with the PDP over the years, you know, is being equally remembered and recognized one more time.
Yes, that's true. That's true. You know, this is a party we formed in 1998, and whatever we have achieved a little is on the platform of the party, and it's very bad and very disrespectful and condemnable for anybody who has actually benefited from a system to actually work against that system. So those are the principles we have built up, and that was the reason why we still remain in the party. I say we will not go out of the party.
All right.
Even those people who has quickly left benefited more than we do, and decided to leave the party for another political platform.
All right, Chief. Let's get right into it now. Yes, and I'm asking from your vantage point as both a legal mind and a senior PDP figure, how would you describe the true state of the party today as it positions itself for 2027?
Yes, the party is actually getting serious foothold for for it to make a serious meaning in the forthcoming general election. It has been the practice of the party that before any general election, most often, since 2015, the party will have one internal crisis or the other. But by the time they solve it, they become stronger.
Wait, Chief, sorry to cut in.
Yes.
You're saying that this whole crisis is unexpected?
Yes, it's unexpected to this level. It was believing that it's something that we chicken out after a little while. But we find out that the thing actually grew larger than we expected. Most especially because of the people who ought to have addressed the issue earlier decided not to do anything and allow it to get to the point it got to before they started checking out of the system. And I'm believing that the party has actually collapsed.
But
not knowing that the God is behind PDP. PDP will never die.
PDP will never die?
You will never die.
Okay. All right. For someone, who wasn't part of the inner circle, could you paint us a picture of how the convention played out?
Yeah, it was very beautiful because it's made up of delegates. Well, you know quite well the Electoral Act has actually removed the indirect election and adopted direct and consensus. And before then, in order to arrive at consensus, the party zoned its positions because the convention done was for elective position of offices. And as a result of that, the zoning committee came out with the formula, which was ratified, approved and ratified by the Board of Trustees and NEC. That's the National Executive Committee of the party. And based on that, the zones went home and take decision on who should benefit from the position given to them. So by the time the convention came, most zones has actually known who should pick what. So it wasn't so difficult because the issue of consensus means agreement. So it is rancor-free.
It's rancor-free?
Yes, the consensus idea, because the zones will come together, like our zone, the Southeast. We met in the office of the National Secretary, the then Acting National Secretary, Senator Sam Anyanwu, and look at the position of the zone. And what was zoned to the Southeast was National Secretary, National Auditor, Deputy Legal Advisor, Deputy Publicity Secretary.
Okay.
And because this was shared, in a meeting, we looked at various states in the Southeast and distribute the positions.
Okay.
Imo State got the National Secretary, which Senator Sam Anyanwu picked. Abia got the National Auditor, which they brought a person that took the position. Anambra took the position of Deputy Legal Advisor. Boy took the position of Deputy Publicity Secretary. Enugu did not take any because of my position. My position, I'm an automatic member of the National Working Committee of the party, so there's no need to give Enugu another slot.
Okay.
So that was how it was distributed, and the same thing happened in other zones. And at the end of the day, when we came to the convention, to rectify what actually has taken place before then, through the provisions of adoption of consensus as one of the options. provided by the Electoral Act, and the motion was moved, seconded, and it was actually agreed. The question was put. Those in support should say aye, those against should say no, and no dissenting voice. That was how it was carried. Okay. And they were equally sworn in immediately.
All right.
That was how the convention took place.
Okay. And to that, I say congratulations one more time to you and the party. But let me go straight, from the legal standpoint. What does the holding the convention signify, for the party from a legal standpoint? What does it signify for the party? It
signifies the adoption of a legal framework of the party towards arranging for various other activities. Yes, because if you don't have an elected personality in the party, it will be very difficult for you to do any other thing that is meaningful, of which inec will accept being the regulatory body. And that was the reason why when they were acting, they have limitation of what they could do, not until an election is conducted.
Okay.
And that was the reason why the election started from the ward, local government, state, and the zone, and finally at the national.
Okay. You know why I asked that question?
Yes.
Let me play a little bit of the devil's advocate here.
I
asked this question because on legitimacy ground, INEC has recognized your faction. And
there is nothing like faction.
Okay, but we know that Turaki-led National Working Committee is in court. And if eventually the court eventually rule against the convention outcome, we were saying perhaps it may lead PDP to another legal tussle here.
Yes, actually, there is no... The society, is not in harmony. There must be disagreement and agreement. In our party, there are some dissenting voices. Before now, it was a clear-cut division that gave rise to two judgments of the High Court, Federal High Court, Justice Lifu and Justice Motosho, preventing the other group from conducting national convention, which they hurriedly did, relying on another order of a court of coordinate jurisdiction that said they should go ahead with it. Incidentally, the whole thing came up to the Court of Appeal, and Court of Appeal now voided that national convention, principally based on that two judgments of the court. Because when that judgment was delivered, I know it's going to be a very big problem. As at then, I was playing a neutral game. I didn't. Incidentally, when Court of Appeal came out clear, I said the coast is clear. And you know quite well that among the two judgments, the difficult one is the one by Sule Lamido, who is a member of the party.
Yes.
And had wanted to contest for the position of national chairman.
Oh.
And he was deprived the opportunity of doing so. And the court said no. Don't conduct that convention except one or two or three matters that have been complained of are taken into consideration. And the other one was equally talking of the violation of the constitution of the party, the Electoral Act, and the Constitution of Nigeria, which is a very big issue. The other group is all relying on the fact that the Supreme Court said that internal affairs of the party is non-justiciable, shouldn't go to court. I could remember, let me digress a little. In 2006, I think 2006 years, or 2007, when I was the chairman of the party in the state, that was the time of His Excellency Barrister Suleiman Chime. Eventually, he brought a faction led by Engineer Vitaba. Unfortunately, Engineer Vitaba has no papers that made him to be the state chairman. But the governor went and they conducted a congress without any paper, without a recognition by the national. But we conducted our own, recognized by the national, and I was given the necessary papers. So it boils out that the governor said, no, he's not ready to work with me, notwithstanding the fact that I have the papers from the national leadership. Unfortunately for me, that leadership of the party that actually conducted the primaries, the Congress, and they recognized me, were out of office. Obulafo of the Blessed Memory, Relate Obulafo, came in and decided to play devil's advocate, like you said. And they believe that the governor has what it takes for him to be comfortable in office, and decided to follow the governor. And it got to a point that when the local government election was to come, we conducted our primaries. Jutaba conducted his own, and two of us submitted our list to NSEC, then headed by His Royal Highness Igwe Wobodo. He rejected both, and it was taken to Abuja. Abuja now, by Obulaf, now took that of Vitaba. But while all those things were happening, we have cause to go to Federal High Court to challenge that issue. And the Vitaba-led group came out with a preliminary objection, raising the issue that it is internal affairs of the party. A.G. Officer Senior Advocate was the lawyer on the other side with retinue of other lawyers, including petermbah here. Incidentally, I was alone. I did the matter personally. Before late Justice Kafarati, who left office as the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. And after our argument, of which I relied on two Supreme Court authority, inec and the Ararume and the inec and the Amechi, to show that in as much as you are calling it an internal affairs of the party, if you violate your constitution, it's no longer internal affairs of the party. So that was why I said this judgment these people are appealing against to the Supreme Court. I'm not preempting the position of the decision of the Supreme Court, but I find it, I'm saying that it will be very difficult for the Supreme Court to set aside those two judgments, which the Court of Appeal relied on to say that the convention conducted in flagrant disobedience of the judgment of the court was void.
Okay.
So that was why they were set up. And there was a move for the parties to reconcile. Unfortunately, with a view to stopping the convention that took place on the 29th and 30th. But the national leader of the party now, which is wike, insisted that the convention will take place. While reconciliation can come later, the reconciliation is not time barred. It can take place any time. So, in a sense, we know quite well that Supreme Court is the final bus stop. But I doubt if the Supreme Court will set aside the decision of the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
Considering the import and the content of that two judgments of the Federal High Court.
All right. Quickly, before we move on,
yes.
Chief. One is on the issue of Senator Sam Anyanwu.
Yes.
before this situation, we know that he was already suspended or expelled.
No, that was the decision of the National Convention.
Okay.
The National Convention has been voided by the Court of Appeal.
Okay.
So that's a suspension and expulsion.
All right.
It doesn't hold any water any longer.
It doesn't hold any water any longer.
Yes, because the National Convention that took that decision has been set aside.
Okay.
By the Court of Appeal.
All right. On the other hand, before we journey along, what's the possibility or the chances of reconciliation?
That's what we said. You know, I said it's not time bound.
It's not time bound.
Yes. It can always, reconciliation can come. Like I equally said, if by the time the parties agree and some positions are meant to be, you know, conceded or concede to the other people who may want some positions to show true reconciliation. And my position is, if I am told to give way to any other person, for the interest of the growth of the party, you know, but we cannot allow the party to die. We cannot allow the party not to have foothold in the 2027 general election.
Okay. Now, still on the issue of reconciliation, if that is meant to happen, the conditions that were set for reconciliation is such that when we look at it from the outsider's perspective, it becomes so difficult for us to believe that this other faction would meet such conditions.
No. When you are negotiating from the point of weakness, you don't have option.
So
though you have.
So they are weakened.
Because they are the one that lost at the Court of Appeal.
Okay. Chief, let's eat some meat. Chief, let's eat some meat. You know, though you said there's no faction, but from the outsider's perspective, we still believe that as things stands, you are part of the wike-led group. He's still a member of your party, a leader in PDP, and he's serving an APC-led government. And what we're asking is, how would he, in good conscience, be able to lead your party into the 2027 election?
No, one thing you understand is that I don't think there's anything wrong in serving a different opposition party while in another party. I don't think there is anything wrong. What is wrong is in a situation whereby you'll be playing or doing anything against the progress of that party. Then it will be regarded as anti-party. And you know quite well, so wicked, the leader now, there's nothing like a faction and a group by the decision of the Court of Appeal. The INEC has actually taken cognizance of the Congress convention we have conducted, and the INEC portal has all the names of the party elected in that order. And I must have to tell you that as at the time this issue started, people were asking me, you know, there was that I actually said that I wrote a petition against my boss, former boss, Dr. Chimaroke Naga, with regards to anti-party activities towards 2023. I said yes. And the party took action as at then. In that of Wike, there was, I don't think there is anybody who has come out with a petition.
Nobody.
None. So the party cannot on its own initiate move to discipline Wike without somebody coming out with concrete evidence to say this is it, this is it. So I'm believing that even if Wike is working for APC and a member of PDP, I don't think he's working towards the destruction of PDP.
Okay.
Because if that is the case, he wouldn't have been part and parcel of this war, this progress the party is making so far.
Okay. But
that's it.
But Chief, is on record that Wike would not support anybody against Mr. President.
That is speculation. Not until we get to the point of primaries for presidential election.
Will PDP field a presidential candidate?
Nobody can say. It's speculation. Nobody can say what will happen until we get to that point.
But at this point, PDP doesn't know if it will field a candidate or not.
How can you know? Even now, the governor, people who are coming for governor, PDP did not know.
Okay.
People who are coming for various positions, PDP did not know. Okay. It is by the time the form is sold and the people obtain the form, they will now find out who are interested.
Okay. Chief, are you now supporting President Tinubu?
Myself?
Yes, you're in the PDP, and I know that you
how can I support
you're a member of APC.
No, how can I support President Tinubu who is in APC?
You know,
I'm in PDP.
The impression is that since you are aligned with the wike group, that you all are supporting President
No, wike has not told us this. Even in our meeting, it has not been discussed. So if wike is saying anything which is personal to him, nobody can use it to determine the position of the party. It is by the time that issue is brought before us, then we will now make sure to say this is what we have taken, this is the position we have taken, and reason why we took that position.
Okay, but speculatively, I know you, Chief.
Yes.
Should that decision be taken in the party, would you be supporting?
No, I don't like to delve into speculation. And I won't like you to drag me into speculation.
All right. On that note, Chief, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you're just joining us, we've been looking at PDP and the battle for 2027, and with us in the studio is Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party PDP, Southeastern Zone of the country. Chief, it's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Quite very nice pleasure.
Yeah, Chief.
After a long while.
Yes, yeah. And that's why it's so surprising that all of a sudden, when I got that call, you emerged as the National Vice Chairman of
it was coincidental.
All right. But Chief, back to the issue.
Yes.
You don't like to delve into speculation.
Yes.
But obviously, everybody in Nigeria understands that the FCT minister, who is a key leader in your party, would not stand against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And that was why I asked you that question. Because I'm surprised that Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, at this instance, who didn't take a side. The last time we were talking, he never took a side with any of the factions.
Yes.
And then you emerged the National Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party.
Like I told you, immediately after the Court of Appeal decision, I said I will no longer be neutral.
Okay.
And since Court of Appeal has actually said this is the person who they recognize their existence. As a party man and as a member of PDP, I don't need to be on the sideline any longer.
Okay. And you don't want to delve into speculation, but let's
Yes,
let's
I said so.
Let's come to
and
Enugu
it's
State.
not the best.
Let's come to Enugu State.
Yes.
What's your position on Enugu State and the PDP in Enugu State?
No, PDP is organizing themselves very strongly to give APC the run for their money.
Do you have a chairman in Enugu State?
The chairman, yes, Engineer Vitus Okechi.
Is the recognized chairman of PDP in Enugu State?
Yes, after the Congress we did on the 14th day of March. Okay. 2025.
He's the recognized chairman?
Yes, whereas my own came on the 21st day of March, a week after, 2025.
All right.
He's from Enugu North, Senatorial District.
All right.
Of the state.
All right. The last time I was with you, you spoke strongly even if there was one man left in PDP in Enugu State, he has to be Honorable Chief for
yes,
the
I said so.
You said so.
Yes.
So now we're here. The PDP, as it is today, do you think they are able to challenge your brothers now in APC?
Yes, yes, because there are going to be problem in that place, and they will rush back to us.
There will be problem. They have 17 local government chairmen.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It seems you are no longer a student of history.
They have the councillors.
It seems you are no longer a student of history.
Chief, let's talk a little strategy.
Yes, the student of. I said it seems you are no longer a student of history of what happened in 2023. Were you not? Were PDP not in power?
They were.
But we lost everything except the governor.
Yes.
We lost virtually everything except the governor.
And then in 2020.
And the governor, it was very difficult, very tough. That if not by the grace of the fact that there was an extension of 1 week, it would have been labor all over. And labor had no single office known to anybody. Some people don't even know that labor was in existence. And it came like tsunami.
Does PDP of today in Enugu State have that capacity?
Yes, we have that capacity. It's human beings that make up the party.
But you're dealing with people who knows PDP in and out.
It doesn't necessarily follow. It doesn't necessarily follow. Especially if the APC is doing well. It would have been a difficult task for us.
They are not doing well.
They are not doing well.
In what perimeters, Chief?
Several perimeters which I have spoken before.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, yes, several perimeters. But this is not the time for us to start highlighting it, because if we do that, they will start punctuating those areas.
And you don't want them to work on it.
I don't want them to punctuate it. Now I'm in this position. Ordinarily, the other time I spoke, I was just speaking as an indigenous of the state.
Yes.
But now, as a strategy, I will not like to highlight on those deficiencies on their own part. Okay. Until we come out with our campaign strategy, then we will not let the people know. But actually, the people are not happy.
The people are not happy.
The people of the state are not happy.
Okay.
They are feeling so bad. And they are regretting to the fact that why should they allow this incident this situation to continue like this. And that was why I was appealing to all of them, and I continue to appeal to all of them. You cannot sit in your house and change a system. You must come out to change a system. When the time comes, let everybody come out to vote. Cast their vote. Because like I said, it's just an incident. Let me digress again.
Okay.
In my community, I decided to go for the traditional institution of my community, which is in a subject of litigation now, because I wouldn't like a situation whereby somebody who is not proper to take the leadership and be marshalling out improper policies that will be governing me. So if you stay and say I won't be part of it, there are places whom you think they are not happy with will come out and be marshalling out policies that will be controlling you. You know, so that is the reason why I'm appealing to people to come out when the time comes to cast their vote and change the system they don't like. You cannot be in your house and the system that is suffering you, suffocating you, will be changed. It is not possible, because those people who are in control of that system we coast home to victory without any challenge. So that is the point.
Okay. Chief, let me digress a bit and take you away from the PDP a bit. Let's talk about the national issues. And I know you're of the PDP, but let's look at the position, what is happening with the ADC. You know, and I was going to ask you, okay, let me hold on a bit. I was going to ask you, when we were speaking about Enugu State, you still believe that the people of Enugu State trust PDP, and it seems that they've replaced the PDP with the ADC.
With the ADC?
Yes, in Enugu State.
No, for now, PDP is a household name. You know, is
that name still sellable?
Yes, it's still sellable, depending on the individual you are going to bring out. All these parties depends on the individual. If you bring an individual that is not acceptable to the people, party has not little or nothing to do.
Okay.
Yes, it is an individual issue. The masses consider the persons coming out, then the party that the person is coming out from. So if you are saying that you are a ruling party and bring out somebody whom the people did not like, you find that the ruling party will find it difficult. But if you bring out somebody, especially when there are certain policies within certain areas that are governing those areas, like zoning. If you have zoning and you, because you're a ruling party or you're opposition, you go against that policy that has been enshrined by the people, you find out that anybody coming out will find it difficult. But if you respect the zoning principles, where certain group of people has actually taken decision before now, that if this group has gone this time, it should go to the other people for peace and progress to reign. So that is what I'm trying to tell you. So PDP will be very careful. Luckily, we are in the driver's seat. Make sure that the persons we are bringing are credible, people with integrity and popular.
People with integrity and popular.
So that it will be very difficult for you to defeat the person.
All right.
And you won't spend much. You won't spend much if you bring out a popular and a credible candidate.
Okay. Now let's move a bit national. And I'm asking you now as a lawyer, not as a party faithful or strategist. What I'm asking is, as it has to do with the INEC stance on the ADC, and I'm asking what's the legal implication of INEC's position on ADC leadership crisis?
No, you know, before now, I had said that INEC did not do anything wrong. But when I got better briefing on the issue, I find out that it is not the duty of INEC to interpret the order of court.
Okay.
It is not the duty of the court, the INEC, because INEC interpreting that the court said the status quo anthem should be maintained. So you ask yourself, what is status quo anthem? What is the thing that ought to be maintained? In the legal parlance, when a court said status quo antebellum should be maintained, which means the situation of things before the hostility that brought about the suit in court should be the one that should remain. And what is the situation? A dissenting voice filed a suit in September last year, challenging the leadership of ADC. And incidentally, the court said, let the status quo remain. What is the status quo? The status quo is the leadership that is being challenged. That leadership that is being challenged should remain until that case is determined by the court.
Okay. All right, so that's quite explicit.
Yes, because that case is yet to be determined.
Okay. Now, returning a bit to the PDP, leading to this crisis in the PDP, are you worried the possibility that the PDP going into next election may go into the election without having any sitting governor?
How? Okay. No, when Labour came into, do they have any sitting governor? They don't even have any office.
Chief, does PDP still have that clout as the...
That's what I'm telling you. It depends on individual. Labour was not in existence until peterobi came in. It was peterobi that energized Labour. And people knew about Labour. So that's what I'm telling you. It depends on the candidate that will come out. I know quite well that our national leader, some week away, was speaking at the National Convention, said that those governors who actually has taken our mandate to another party will be retrieved. We will try and retrieve them. And people thought it's a very big joke.
Okay.
We are going to work towards that.
You're going to work towards that?
Yes, to make sure that most of our mandate that was taken to party that did not labor for it will be retrieved.
Okay. You know, Chief, even this morning in the papers, quoting The Guardian in particular, the major headline there is that opposition's fights to stay on ballot amid legal and internal conflict. And there is still strong perception or belief that the PDP may not be in the ballot in 2020.
No, it's not true. How can you say that when, if you go to INEC portal now, you see the names there from national to the world. It's our own group. It's our own PDP. The PDP's candidates or PDP's officers have been uploaded by INEC in their portal. That's to tell you that as of now, people going to Supreme Court, they are exercising their right, but we wait for the Supreme Court to take decision.
You wait for the Supreme Court?
Yes, but I'm not representing them, but I know quite well that it's not going to be easy.
All right.
You know, for the Supreme Court to set aside the decision of the Federal High Court and Court of Appeal.
Okay. All right. Chief, as we wound up, let me still go back to Wike. You understand? Yes, you've said categorically that he's not on record. He has not, nobody has quoted him anywhere that is on personal speculation and all that. But it's widely believed that Wike, has maintained, and I quote, he said, "I am an asset to ensure Tinubu wins a second term," referring to 2027.
Which year did he say that?
That's recently. In
Which
the Guardian,
recently?
is quoted in the Guardian newspaper.
Which year?
In 2025.
That is 2025. We are in 2026.
You're saying that this position may no longer be tenable.
That is what I'm trying to tell you. As at that point in time, there was serious fight, serious division in PDP. Very serious division. But now there is no longer division in PDP.
Chief.
Yes, the Court of Appeal has made it clear.
Make us understand this. Make us understand this.
What I'm saying, the fact is that the Court of Appeal has said this is the PDP we know.
Yes, we're not arguing
that's
that.
What I'm telling you.
We're not arguing that.
As at the time Wike made our national leader Joseph Wike made this statement, was the time there was serious division in the party.
Chief.
Yes.
Chief, let's be a little bit realistic here. Yes.
Did you follow the convention of PDP very well?
I did, to a certain point.
If you did, yes. Did you listen to the speech of His Excellency, former Senate President, former Governor of Kwara State, Senator
Olusola
Saraki?
I didn't.
He said now, it is now sure and confirmed that PDP will be in the ballot, part of 2027 election.
Okay.
That is what he said. And it is clear. INEC was there. INEC uploaded the officers that were elected. So I don't think what they are saying now will still apply. Even if they are going to be, Wike is going to say that I'm going to support Tinubu, it's going to be a team affair. It's going to be the party that will take the decision,
okay,
not the national leader. Like I said, he's entitled to his own opinion as a person, and nobody should fault his opinion, but not the position of the party as at now.
Okay, all right, Chief. As we conclude, you may not like the trajectory I'm towing now, but
no. How can you say I didn't like it?
I say you may not like where I'm going now, but I have to.
No, you go anywhere you like. Whether it is taking you to the bush, I don't know.
Now that I have opportunity to be with you, I want to get your position on Igbo presidency because you're a big player in Southeast Nigeria now.
Yes, it's something worth doing. Yes, it is something worth doing that. Igbos has not tested that position. It is very, very bad.
Is it tenable at this point?
I don't know, because the sale of forms has not commenced. We don't know who actually is coming out.
Okay.
That's why I said I don't like to delve into speculation.
Okay.
Anything I'm saying now is based on speculation.
Okay.
It is by the time the forms come out, people apply and put in their papers, and then screened, and at the end of the day we will now know who actually is coming under which platform.
Okay.
Then we can now answer that question.
All right.
You know?
Well, Chief, I know that you're big on history, and you're a good historian as well. So let me ask, does Igbo presidency stands a chance at this point in time against the incumbent going into 2027 election?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see what happened in 2023. If not because of the way the INEC did their own thing, I believe that it would have been so possible for an Igbo president to march.
All right.
Yes, but as at now, nobody knows where anybody from the Igbo race is coming out from. Whether it is Labour, whether it is PDP, whether it is ADC. But I know that any serious Igbo man that comes out now and actually galvanize the support of other groups like the Hausas and Yorubas, it will be very, very difficult for the incumbent to come back.
Okay. All right, Chief, we're out of time, but before I let you go, you know, you're now the National Vice Chairman of People's Democratic Party Southeast Zone, a very elevated position.
By the grace of
Let's hear from you. What are we expecting from you and the PDP board?
Yes, we expect a situation whereby we will now galvanize support for the party and make sure that the party takes its right position in the political arena of the country, especially in the Southeast. But like I earlier said, up till now we have not met as a team. So by the time we meet as a team, our zone, we will be in a position to come out with the position of the party as regards the Southeast zone. We were formerly in control of the Southeast. Now we are now fine. We have lost all. Even so, it's going to be a Herculean task, but we will do it. We are not going to be, afraid of tackling the problem.
Okay.
And how do we do it? We will do it with sincerity of purpose and make sure that the people trust us.
Okay.
The major aspect is trust and confidence.
Trust and confidence. And that could be translated here in Enugu State.
Yes, exactly. We are not only in Enugu, in the entire Southeast.
Yes, but I know you're very much invested in Enugu politics.
Yes, that is where I stay. That's where I stay, and that is where I have done most of my politics. So I'm interested in what happened in my state.
Okay.
And we are going to do marvelously well.
All right.
To ensure that the party that actually took our mandate without suffering for it.
All right.
We have cause to say if they have known.
Okay. All right, Chief. All right. Finally, before I let you go, and I know you've spoken to this, are we going to witness a situation where the Turaki-led group, the Shey Makinde group, governor for your state, Bala of Bauchi is already gone?
These two governors you are talking, they are still romancing with ADC and
PDP.
APC.
Okay.
You know,
So
Bala is romancing with APC is lobbying Bala.
ADC
is lobbying them. And Makinde cannot go to APC.
So he's welcome back to the PDP?
It's left for him. The other day I saw the newspaper where he was having pleasantry with his wike. So in politics, what is permanent is interest.
What is permanent is interest.
That is it.
And that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the Insight. And we've been discussing with Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, National Vice Chairman, People's Democratic Party, PDP, Southeastern Zone of the country. Chief, it's been a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
And we hope to see more of you.
See, anytime so far I have time and they have the chance, I will always come.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers who've listened to Chief Honorable Ray Nnaji, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, and Facebook as well. Till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Federal government expels United States missionary Alex Baba. Nigeria records 38 million tons of animal food loss. Federal government unveils 26 Build-a-thon holiday camp for students. Details of the news. The federal government of Nigeria has reportedly ordered the expulsion of American missionary Alex Baba over concerns that his public statements may heighten tensions and worsen insecurity in parts of the country. According to the statement attributed to Abiodun Esiet, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, North Central, the decision followed growing concerns about Baba's activities in North Central region. He alleged that some of his remarks were capable of inciting unrest, particularly in conflict-prone areas of Plateau State. Mr. Baba, a former American football player turned missionary, had been involved in humanitarian work under the Building Zion initiative in Benue and Plateau States. The Taraba State Emergency Management Agency says it has intensified response efforts following a series of fire incidents and other emergencies across parts of the state. The executive secretary of the agency, Dr. Audu Ichuse, led assessment teams to affected communities within Jalingo metropolis, including Jekada, Fari, and Nana Aisha. The visits followed reports of fire outbreaks linked to electrical faults that destroyed properties and displaced several families in Taraba State. The agency has confirmed response operations at an NMPC filling station fire and a plastic warehouse incident, while pledging stronger disaster preparedness and regional collaboration. The Niger State Police Command says it has arrested 16 suspects linked to a series of criminal activities in Mina, the capital of Niger State. Police authorities said the suspects were apprehended during a coordinated early morning raid in Agwang, Saraki, and Obomosho areas. Weapons, including cutlasses, saws, sickles, and sticks, were reportedly recovered during the operation. Spokesperson Washiu Abiodun said the suspects are undergoing interrogation before transfer to the State Criminal Investigation Department for prosecution. The Bauchi State Police Command has confirmed the arrest of 3 suspects over the murder of a 35-year-old man, Saleh Ibrahim, in Zaki local government area of Bauchi State. Police said the victim was attacked on March 15, 2026, while riding his motorcycle in Sansan village. The suspects, Muhammad Jauru Haladu Yako, Muhammad Wito, and Ibrahim Muhammad, are all residents of Alagrano village, according to the police statement. They are being investigated for criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide, and disturbance of public peace. Security authorities in Kebbi State say a newly identified armed group, reportedly known as Mamudawa, has carried out deadly attacks in Shanga local government area. The assailants were said to have invaded communities in Gebe district, including Kaumaki, Tungabori, and Kawara, destroying homes and displacing residents. At least 4 persons were confirmed killed, while several others remain missing or unaccounted for. The Kebbi State Police Command says efforts are ongoing to restore order and prevent further attacks. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, (nscdc), has dismissed concerns that its involvement in VIP protection duties is affecting its core mandate of safeguarding critical national assets. Spokesperson Babawale Afolabi said officers attached to VIP duties belong to the specialized units separate from infrastructure protection teams. He explained that deployments are guided by intelligence-based threat assessments and operational procedures. The Corps insisted that pipeline security, agro-ranger operations, and protection of key infrastructure remain fully active nationwide. The Jigawa state government says it has uncovered major irregularities in its school feeding and humanitarian programs, leading to the dismissal of several contractors and staff. Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs and Special Duties, Awalu D. Sankara, said surprise inspections revealed falsified student records and diversion of funds. At one school in Karakana, officials found 123 students present instead of the 257 recorded in official documents. The government says it will continue monitoring exercises to ensure accountability and proper use of public funds. The Kebbi State House of Assembly is in mourning following the death of its Speaker, Honorable Muhammad Usman Ankwai. He reportedly passed away late last night, though official details surrounding the cause of death have not been released. Ankwai, who represented Zuru constituency, was elected Speaker of the 10th Assembly on June 8, 2023. The Assembly is expected to announce their arrangement as tribute continue to pour in from political leaders and constituents. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Federal government's expulsion of United States missionary Alex Baba. Coming up shortly, Nigeria records annual food loss of 38 million tons. Federal government unveils 2026 Build-a-thon holiday camp for students. We'll be right back shortly.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Kogi State Police Command has commenced investigation into the killing of Aminu Lawal, a graduate of the University of Maiduguri who reportedly murdered in Lokoja just weeks before his National Youth Service Corps mobilization. Police sources say the victim, who worked as a commercial tricycle operator, went missing on March 18th after leaving his residence at Otokiti Estate to pick up passengers. His burnt remains were later discovered near the Central Bank area of Lokoja, with preliminary findings suggesting he was attacked with a blunt object before his vehicle was stolen. The command says it is pursuing all leads, including a suspect already transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for further interrogation. The Niger State Police Command has arrested a 20-year-old vigilante member, Abubakar Abdullahi, for alleged vandalism of electrical cables belonging to compressed natural gas buses in Mina. Police say the suspect was apprehended at the Trade Fair complex in Shango following intelligence-led surveillance, with exhibits including cutting tools and stolen cables recovered at the scene. In a related operation, joint security patrols in Kabo community forward another cable theft attempt, forcing suspects to flee and abandon a vehicle containing phones and identification documents. The command says it is using recovered materials to track fleeing suspects while reaffirming efforts to protect critical infrastructure across the state. Governor Umueno of Akwa Ibom State says his administration has disbursed over 82 billion naira to settle outstanding gratuities owed to retired civil servants dating back to 2012. In a state broadcast, the governor said payment forms part of efforts to clear an inherited debt of about 101 billion naira in retirement benefits. He added that the administration has also recorded significant progress under its Arise agenda, including over 1,300 kilometers of roads constructed and rehabilitated since 2023. Governor Eno assured that ongoing infrastructure projects and social welfare programs will continue alongside efforts to clear outstanding obligations of retirees. The European Union has expressed concern over the scale of food waste in Nigeria, estimated at about 38 million tons annually, describing it as a major economic and environmental challenge. Deputy Ambassador of the European Union delegation to Nigeria, Zesimos Vegas, raised the issue during a commemoration of International Zero Waste Day, calling for stronger investments in storage, transport, and processed systems. He noted that global food waste contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions and urged Nigeria to adopt circular economy practices to reduce losses along the agricultural value chain. The Federal Ministry of Environment says it is already implementing measures to reduce post-harvest losses, while United Nations agencies continue to support improved food system management. The Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy has announced the return of its Build-A-Thon holiday camp aimed at training young Nigerians in digital skills. According to the ministry, the 5-day program will run from April 20th to April 24th, 2026, targeting children and teenagers between the ages of 10 and 18. Participants will be exposed to coding, robotics, hardware development, and in Internet of Things applications through hands-on learning sessions. The ministry says the initiative is designed to equip young Nigerians with problem-solving skills and prepare them for opportunities in the digital economy. Now in sports, Nigeria's under-18 and under-20 men's handball teams have arrived in Lome, Togo, ahead of the 2026 IHF Trophy African Zone 3 Championship. The tournament serves as a qualifying pathway to the continental phase, with Nigeria drawn in competitive groups across both age categories alongside teams from Ghana, Benin, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Niger, and host nation Togo. Team officials say the squads have undergone intensive training and are aiming for strong performances to secure qualification. Coaches Abdul Hakim Yakubu, Ayo Joshua, and David Emmanuel expressed confidence in the players' preparedness and competition begins. Plateau United recorded a commanding 4-1 victory over Ikorodu City on match day 33 of the Nigerian Premier Football League at a neutral venue in Lafia. The hosts broke at half-statesmen with a goal from Kazim Adeyanju before O.C. Martins added a brace and Victor Dawa sealed the win in the stoppage time. In another fixture, Abia Warriors defeated Bayelsa United 1-0 with Chukwemeka Obioma scoring the decisive goal in the 58th minute. The results see Abia Warriors move into 4th place on the table, while Plateau United climb to 8th as the league enters its final stretch. Now in entertainment, thousands of music fans gathered at the International Conference Center in Enugu for a major Easter Monday concert headlined by indigenous rapper Fino. The event featured performances from top Nigerian artists including Olamide, Wande Cole, Jerick, and Queen Madi, drawing a large turnout supported by sponsors Kolo Money and Tiger Beer. A notable moment occurred when Fino publicly called for reconciliation in an ongoing legal dispute involving social commentator Very Dark Man and businessman Big Lord. The concert, organized by Funky Fogang Entertainment, was described by organizers and officials as a major cultural celebration in Enugu State. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has reportedly expelled United States-based missionary Alex Baba following concerns over statements allegedly capable of escalating tensions and deepening divisions in parts of the country. Nigeria is losing an estimated 38 million tons of food annually, according to recent reports, highlighting the scale of post-harvest losses across the country. Meanwhile, the federal government has unveiled the 2026 Build-A-Thon holiday camp program targeted at Nigeria students between the ages of 10 and 18. The initiative, announced by the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, is designed to equip young Nigerians with digital literacy skills, including coding, robotics, and emerging technologies. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidinma Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every age of human organization, there exists a question older than modern management itself: what makes a system endure? Not merely to grow, not merely to succeed, but to remain strong, coherent, and alive under pressure. The answer, again and again, returns to one principle: teamwork. But not teamwork as slogan, teamwork as structure, teamwork as philosophy, teamwork as the hidden architecture of what we call a virile organization. To describe an organization as virile is to speak beyond growth metrics. It is to speak of resilience, the capacity to absorb shock without collapse, to innovate without disintegration, to expand without losing identity. A virile organization does not merely function, it endures intelligently. And within that endurance lies a paradox. No single mind, however brilliant, can sustain it alone. In Japan, the philosophy of continuous improvement finds expression in Toyota. Here, strength is not concentrated at the top. It is distributed across every worker who is empowered to halt production in the pursuit of quality. A system where even the smallest voice can protect the integrity of the whole. In the United States, Google operates through a different but related logic: cross-functional collaboration, where engineers, designers, and researchers converge not as isolated experts but an interconnected problem solvers. The philosophical implication is profound. Intelligence, when shared, becomes structural power. A virile organization is tested not in comfort but in disruption. At Amazon, small autonomous teams, often described as two pizza teams, operate like cells within a living organism. Each unit carries responsibility, yet none carries the entire burden of collapse. When crises arise, the system bends but does not break. This is not efficiency alone, it is distributed survival. At Apple, Innovation is not chaotic eruption. It is disciplined convergence. Hardware, software, and design teams move like instruments in a single symphony. It is in such coordination, creativity is not reduced, it is refined. Across emerging markets, Flutterwave demonstrates a similar principle. Its expansion across complex financial landscapes is sustained not by individual brilliance alone, but by coordinated teams navigating engineering, regulation, and partnerships as a unified system. Here, teamwork becomes something more subtle, the acts of controlled ambition. A virile organization is not held together by structure alone, but by belief. At Microsoft, a cultural shift towards collaboration redefined its internal logic. Competition was replaced with shared problem solving. Silos gave way to systems. And in that transformation, performance returned not as pressure, but as consequence of alignment. Even in smaller ecosystems, newsrooms, startups, and digital collectives in cities like Lagos and Port Harcourt, teamwork determines whether creativity becomes fragmented noise or coordinated impact. Culture, then, is not soft, it is infrastructure made invisible. Complex decisions demand more than intelligence, they demand perspectives. From global consulting systems to public health coordination frameworks, such as Nigeria's epidemic response structures, teamwork reduces error, not by eliminating disagreement, but by organizing it. Here, disagreement becomes data and dialogue becomes precision. A virile organization is not defined by how loudly it rises, but how long it remains coherent under pressure. Teamwork in its highest form is not coordination, it is coexistence structured towards purpose. It transforms individuals into systems, systems into resilience, and resilience into continuity. And in that transformation lies a quiet truth. No organization becomes strong alone, it becomes stronger together.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Farther north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Africa. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, the 042. Welcome to the Vibe Center, where we give you hot gossip, groove, and gist on every entertainment gist and celebrity gist, where we give you spicy, hot cooked pepper soup. I remain your one and only beautiful host for today. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shosholawa Official Red Pepper, who spies up your event and everyday colorful. You can see it today. I'm looking colorful, very official, very handy. And I know there you're waiting for the hot, spicy gist and gossip. And you know I can't be here alone. I have my baby girl, my G, my personal person, my girl. Her name is Ogama Sinachi. Ogama, how are you doing?
Clock it over to.
Not clock it. Clock it.
Clock it over to. How are you all doing today? How's school today? I don't know.
I'll answer on their behalf because I think in the course city for my you guys are jiggered. Today it's full of events. Yesterday was so empty.
Like today what's going on?
Yeah,
yesterday I came out. No single person.
Why didn't you invite?
I didn't cite any single person outside. Like I was like, did everyone go to run away? What's happening? Like I was lost. I couldn't even see Keke.
Are you serious?
It was really serious yesterday.
Let's just
they don't really plan. You guys really plan for this Easter.
Let's gossip. So
you
what are you doing?
Wait, hold on. You said something like you're official and healthy. Are you 21?
I am 16.
You look healthy. Are you 21?
No, I'm 16. I'm 16.
I bring it out.
They know I'm actually 16. Do you know? Yeah, they know.
I know 16. That. I know.
I look hot, spicy.
Evergreen.
I want to put some hot chili pepper on some people's eye.
Please let this pepper not touch.
But I want to ask you one thing.
Let this pepper not touch.
I will definitely touch you because I want to ask you. How was your Easter Monday yesterday? Where went you? Because I came to your house, I did not see you. So, where went you?
Oh God, I know you just want to get something out of me.
But there's something out of you.
Want to get something out of my mouth.
You have to spill it.
Let me just tell you guys.
Yeah.
I went to see fine brother.
Oh my God!
I went to see fine brother, my old Jogu.
Because fine brother, leave some for ugly brothers because you know what I mean.
No, there's nothing like ugly brother. Ugly brother.
So I think my first gist today is going to be on marriage advice. Chiweta Lago, the Ompenji Chiweta Lago has come out to advise young guys he said, you will cry more than baby if you don't consider your pocket before impregnating a woman. Do you think he's actually making some sense.
That's very valid. He's making a lot of sense because why in the world would you impregnate a lady knowing fully well that your pocket is dry? Do you want to bring in those kids to come suffer? Like,
not like he is actually bringing those kids to suffer. But
that's exactly what it means, because I see no reason why you should impregnate a lady in this economic when you're not suitable, when you're not fit enough to father a child. Okay, just keep your thing closed, zip up.
Zip up.
Zip up. That's the very valid reason, because economy is already bad.
Yeah.
You bring into kids into this world to suffer. Next thing now, you guy pure water and give them to start hawking, which is not good. So please consider those kids, because that means you're being selfish. Okay, you're not thinking about those kids. You're thinking about only for yourself, and that also goes to when it comes to genotype issue and blood group. You're not considering those kids. If you go ahead to marry someone whose genotype do not match yours, that means you're being selfish. You're not considering your kids.
So you think it's all about selfishness? You don't think there's need for love in that picture?
There is love, but love should not push you into bringing kids to suffer. Like, I'm serious, yeah. Imagine birthing a child who is sickle cell. Then he or she begins to suffer.
There's a popular saying that love conquers all.
Love that they conquer. You don't reach that side. This girl is fast. You don't reach that side. This girl is fire. No matter how the love pushes you, please do not bring kids. To some advice people are giving once and
so that poor brother dying over here is over you. You think you should just
the brother
that poor brother that is dying head over heels, doing all manner of
things. Brother, you have to have money.
Okay, brother,
you have to have
money. They say you should have money before coming.
Because I'm very materialistic.
Oh,
I won't lie to you. I love money. I love material, and I cannot marry because of love.
You marry
because of money.
Why?
Because I love money.
You love money?
Yes, I like to
You like good life?
Good life, yeah. I don't want to come to your house and start suffering.
Yeah. What if? Okay. Let's paint this scenario. What if you come into a world of affluence, like wealth, and all of a sudden things begin to go so? What will you do at that point? Will you leave the marriage?
I will not leave the marriage, because I know that this person had it and something happened.
So at that point you will learn how to endure. What you cannot do before you start learning.
I just had to, because
it's going to be very difficult for you to do so.
It might be difficult, but I won't leave my marriage for anything.
So
I know that you will bounce back and you are going to work towards it, because I know that you've achieved a lot of things before.
Yeah.
And definitely, you have that mindset of
going back to your feet.
Yeah. So definitely, you're going to get back on your feet.
Okay.
And you're going to see through.
There has been a recent basketballs on the club in Lagos. It's a war from between Burna Boy and Whiskey FC team. So Whiskey FC team and Burna Boy's outside team got into a physical fight last night in a club to choose the goat of Afrobeat. Immediately the fight started, DJ Tunes was pushed to the ground. In less than 30 seconds, Burna Boy outsiders descended on him with heavy punches, so much that DJ couldn't get on his feet for more than 10 minutes. Burna Boy's outsiders were already winning when the security stepped in and saved Whiskey FC. This beef no go end on social media again. No.
Wait, I don't understand. They started beating my DJ Tune.
No, yeah, DJ Tune, Whiskey FC and Burna outsiders, it's a heavy one. Who is gonna be the Afrobeat king?
They all know who the Afrobeat king is, and that is my one and only.
No,
my Babanla. Big Wiz for a reason. International.
So I like the fact you said he is your Afrobeat king, not our.
That does not mean I do not like what's his name, Burna Boy. I love his music. Okay, I love even Davido. I love Davido as well.
But
they're all doing amazing.
They're not your king.
Yeah, everyone have their favorite.
Without sentiment of preference, who based on musical rates, who do you think is the Afrobeat king for you on your top 3? Name them. you know, your
top 3. Not top 1. No. Not top 1.
No, top 3.
Okay, starting from 3.
3 and go up. So without being like partial, just who do you think they are? Wizkid, number 1. Okay, number 2.
Burna Boy.
Number 3.
Should be Davido.
So that's just the way you name them.
Yeah.
I pity you.
Okay.
So I forgive you for not giving my
just let me know.
I forgive you.
Why won't I? I love their effort.
Jesus.
I love their craft. Amen. I love their craft. And I really forgive her for not naming to be honest with you, those men are really hardworking. Like they are taking Nigeria to the globe, like global world recognition and all that. They're bringing culture and all that. Wait. I didn't mention my baby, Fino. Jesus Christ.
He's your number 4, right?
Yeah, Fino is an amazing person.
I just say top 3. Just make
I just want to add him. Fino is an amazing artist. I've always
exactly.
It's like I come back there. Me and my brother used to give us one. Now this particular song has come on, God, done it. Yeah, done for. That song. My brother used to sing it. I love that song. I love every Fino song.
Yeah.
All his songs make sense. It doesn't have any dirty bad scandal.
Yeah, it is.
Scandal.
He is the number 1 of the Southeast. Yeah, we call him our
King in the East.
King of the East.
Yeah.
King of the East. Okay. I think international now. I'm moving from national to international. So recently Offset was shot in a casino. In casino.
Like gunshot.
Last night in Frederick, but unfortunately help came in time and he's currently in the hospital receiving treatment with no life-threatening injuries. The police now thinks the person who did this is also connected to the murder of his fellow Migos member, Takeoff. So I think
they want to kill Offset too. They've killed his brother before. So what's really going on? What's all this beef all about?
I don't know.
I hope he doesn't die.
But when they say the Nigerian national artists in Nigeria,
they're really doing well because it's over there. So
it's a toss of war. I think they say. I think it's for me. I was of the opinion that maybe the industry here is more dirty and things are sobbing up here more than over there. Things are secured over there. But we can actually see that things are even more secured here over there, more than over there. I think a lot of things is going on in their industry.
Did you see that they kill themselves?
Yeah, I think killing themselves. I think this Nigerian artists are more of online dirty.
Yes, it's just the fans.
Yeah, but I think over there they are taking reaction. They are taking laws into their hands. If you are not in for it, they will take you down.
That's how they kill AKA, that South African guy.
Yeah,
AKA
Aka.
Yeah, AKA, that's his name. And Offset. So many of them. Pop Smoke.
Yeah.
That one was assassinated.
Yeah.
Stations, something. That guy. Young artists that we are taking down. A lot of them. They mentioned Tupac. Was killed long ago. We just got to hear it. Like seriously, they do a lot over there. We should be proud of our Nigerian artist music industry and also our. I think where this rival gets to be fiscal is in movie industry.
Yeah.
Because a lot of, I don't want to say, but a lot of actresses have been dead. Maybe envy, whatever. All this thing
they kill themselves in some local ways.
Yes,
but this one outside the country, we're talking about physical action. They don't even need, they go for apparently assassination, and it's something that,
to be honest, I'm still finding it hard to believe that Boss Smoke died just like that. The guy was so talented.
Yeah.
He was just coming up. Next thing, they just took him just like that.
So I think now I'm gonna move straight to Chinese. I'm moving Chinese now. So I'm talking about our almighty Jackie Chan. He's actually celebrating his 72 year of of age. He's 72. Man, he made our childhood, you know, amazing. Amazing. You never watched any movie from Jack Jan?
No.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Who allow you watch TV? Even now, so we don't. They are checking what you're watching. Like in my house, they check what you watch.
Yeah,
once he is doing, my mom will be checking. What's that thing? What age is that? Is it 18? Is it 20? Even when my aunt them are around, and they come around to watch TV, maybe use the other part to watch TV, they have to make sure that they are not in the parlor, or make sure that what they are watching is not in any way sexual or so. So we don't get to watch TV like that.
Let me ask, for instance,
unless it's video game.
With this kind of generation we are incubating now, do you think regulation, parental regulation, can actually stop the outspring of these children into immorality?
I think parents should be open to their kids.
Yeah.
When it comes to some certain things, you know, they should tell them the truth. See what's going on. No, don't over protect them.
Yeah.
Overprotective. Because when you're being overprotective of your kids, when you're telling them, you're not telling them the truth, they would like to find out the truth by themselves. They can go anywhere. Maybe you tell them this thing is this. Maybe you tell them this thing is another thing, or this one is another thing. They'll go outside, they hear it from an outsider, pronouncing it like saying the exact thing. So they get so this is what my mom is hiding from me. Let me keep digging.
So that's how you, being a child, being protected while growing up, think you want to dig out?
Well, I didn't. Cause nobody will get.
Tell me that.
I had a phone.
Yeah.
So that was when I was secondary school. I was given a phone, or any small call. Maybe I call any of my, friends. They are checking the phone, but they were seizing my phone to the point I had to go buy phone by myself. I bought phone by myself. They seized it. They seized it. I bought another one. They seized it. The third one. That's when I was necessary. They didn't seize it again. I said, okay, what is they want to use for? Because I was kind of I'm seeing my friends that are using phone, not that kind of feeling. I want to use phone. I want to see what's going on.
What's happening out there? The vibes is very so.
They were still checking until when I was in my SS3, I got the last phone. They were like, they're still checking. No, they left the phone for me. After checking.
Okay, let me move to this particular thing said by Patient Ozoku. She has opened up about the financial struggle many actors face in Nollywood, revealing that most actors do not receive royalties after movies are released. According to her, actors are only paid once during filming, unlike in developed worlds where performance continues earning from movie returns streaming platform. She explained that this is one reason some Nollywood actors later face financial difficulties. She also noted that many actors are now moving to YouTube and digital platforms to create their own content and earn steady income independently. Her statement has sparked serious conversation about future and sustainability of Nigeria film industry. What do you think this? Because I think there are a couple of actors. Papa just came out the other day to say he's just struggling. He doesn't have a car. Papa just go. You don't. Did you watch it?
I think we came out.
Production.
What we watched was my mom and I. I watched my mom and I. That was one my mom allowed us to watch. We watched the Johnson.
My kids and I.
My kids and I?
Yes, those foreign kids and this Biela's man.
My kids and I.
Those half-caste kids.
I don't think, no, we didn't watch that one. Okay. The only thing we watched was the Johnson. We watched Nickelodeon, Disney Channel, Barbie. That was what we used to watch then.
You know you are Gen Z, so I don't expect you to understand this, but I'm not saying I'm not Gen Z.
Yeah, Gen Z, I bet.
I think I had the liberty to watch so many of these things when I was small, although most times I don't understand this, but I was just looking. But as a child, there are things that you don't forget.
I've heard so many about that, like from what did I see that when they do throwback, I think on TikTok, I come across, they say there was Super Story, there was Papa Just Go, they used to post it.
Do you think that Nollywood should do more? Like,
yeah, they should do more, because you see them portraying online as though they have money, but when they fall sick, when illness
come upon them,
they're begging for alms. So you find out that they don't have nothing. You just, I think people who are making it are those who are using YouTube. All these new age actors, okay? Like Destiny Tico, who knows their onion in some ways. That are the ones that are making it. But if you look back at those
alleged, it's only in Nollywood that is,
most of them
do not some funds for her. But anyway, let's not just
I don't know. Maybe she's crazy. Let's just not say allegedly.
Okay, I'm not sure. I want to ask you a question. Would you block a family member on social media for your mental peace? And who would it be if you want to block?
A family member who is close to me, right?
You want to block on social media for your mental peace. And who would it be?
That'll be my mom.
Ma go.
Don't be too much.
You block her, but actually, did you actually block her now?
Block her now?
On any space?
No, I didn't block her in any space.
From you, your status?
Block her from viewing some of my status, because most time that time I used to allow her view. She be asking questions. She enter and say, what was this? Come annoying. Ask block her. You know everything that she views. So if I want her to view that one,
oh my God,
unblock her. She will view. So maybe it's a birthday.
Let me say something. I will say something. And it's like this.
Even though my face, I like that.
You get the bad girl. You get the whole
No, if you get mine now, no.
Okay. And someone said on X, Blossom said on X, he said, signs that you need to work harder this 2026. Someone answered, that the worst thing she has ever experienced and made her realize that she needs to work hard 2026 is when she is living in an apartment where her neighbor flushes toilet from up, and she's able to notice that her neighbor
used the toilet,
flushed the toilet. Yeah.
But the water was boiling inside her own.
Not in her house, but you hear the sound of the pipe flushing,
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You've ever experienced that?
In
your lodge?
My lodge, when I was in the lodge, I think Ojaka's lodge, one gate. My friend, it didn't happen to me. Okay? It was my friend who stays downstairs. So when someone flushes toilet from that side, in fact, the whole physics, everything was, you know how let's see what I was entering there. So that they come back from lecture. So the water has entered their room. It was really awful.
Someone said, I haven't made my first millions in almost 25 years. And someone said, I made my first million when I helped my best friend to receive money from his uncle who is abroad. So he gave me 1 million out of it.
Oh, that's a good friend.
So have you made your first million?
I feel don't make them, but I don't chop them. Because if I start calculating all the money I've spent so far, like money I don't even leave to stay in my account, you don't reach more than million now. So indirectly, I have touched million, because most times 200k, 300, 100k they enter. So 50k, I don't get. So I use the making something. You don't use all of us here. You don't touch millions, but you don't know.
Are you sure I've touched?
You've touched. Like, see you were a billionaire.
Billionaire. God,
silence achiever. That's what you are like. You achieve, but we don't see it. Okay, you're just that person that you don't want to show off, but that does not mean you don't have it.
I don't have it.
Private life.
I don't have it.
You have it.
I don't have it in Jesus' name.
That's how immediately I came out. Just enter keke. I don't even know, the keke don't see my face, so from behind, it already stopped. I said, I'm going to so place. I said, I don't see now as a mama. No, see, if I don't call you as a mama, immediately stop. I said, I'm going to go.
Money.
I thought I don't give, but I couldn't.
Well, unfortunately, guys, I'm going to do the cutting here, because I had my own splendid hot chill, gossip, groove, gist, And all thanks to my beautiful Ogo Masinachi. I know she made today very hot, spicy. She put her opinion. She dissected some, dissect us, She gave us some hint on what she feels and how she feels on what is going on in the entertainment industry. And you can always follow us live on Aneke TV, on our socials, on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and on X. You can always send in your comment, be part of this conversation. We love you, and we always wish to, see your views, your opinion on each matter we dissect here. You're part of the family. You and I, we are in this together. Thank you, Ma. Now, it's just
thank you, Ofotu.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm glad to be back here to do this with you guys.
Tomorrow.
We'll be back here tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Because we have some things to dissect. I go by the name Gift Oboro. Thank you, the Ofotu. Thank you, Kano Buzuru. Everybody here in the East, we appreciate you. We love you. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
It feels so nice to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is the program that looks inward to understanding the activities and lifestyle of the young people in all its ramifications. And as a matter of fact, it does lots of effort to making them better. And as well, suggesting all of the areas that are necessary. To achieve this, we'll make opinions, we'll give commendations, we'll make motivations, criticisms, and lots more. And of course, we will thank you so much for being a regular participant on the program. Thank you so much. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, and our YouTube at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our topic for today is dating before marriage, the part 2 of it, having done justice with the part 1 in the previous episode. Thank you so much. Permit me to introduce to you another set of guests we have on the studio today. I have a global media and PR expert, Ndlea Modebe is here. Ndlea, you're welcome on the show.
It's my pleasure.
Once again, I have a branch pastor working with the Redemption Church worldwide, Nzubechukwu Timothy. Pastor, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Once again, I have the president, Enugu State Young Farmers Association, and then the director of the Directorate, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Kenneth Eze. Ken, you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we are going to be having 2 exercises. The first exercise will concentrate on the places of the friendship, relationship, and dating in marriage. And then the second exercise will concentrate on the direction and the causes of heartbreak in relationships. All right, we shall be taking our questions one after the other. And then let me read your question to you. All right, your question is, what is the function of relationship to a good or bad marriage as the end product?
All right, so when it comes to relationships and marriage, for me, the foundation is relationship.
You're on friendship.
And friendship.
You are on friendship.
Okay.
Let me give you a question once again.
Okay, please call.
Your question says, what is the function of friendship to a good or bad marriage as the end product?
All right, so for me, the foundation of every marriage relationship is friendship. That is the foundation on which everything is going to, move. If there's no friendship, I feel relationship will be hard. Like a lot of times, people wait for like I said in the last show, the sparks, the fire, everything, and then there's no relationship? What of on days when the love has faded? What happens? I wouldn't want to hurt my friend if I was dating my friend, right? So the days that is all love, love, love and everything, I will love you. But the days where I can't stand you because you're my friend, I don't want to hurt you. So I feel friendship is the in Igbo isi seponti when it comes if you want to have a good marriage and a good relationship.
All right, thank you so much. Friendship. Are you saying that if there's no friendship, there can be relationship?
If there's no friendship, there can be relationship. But the quality of the relationship, the longevity of the relationship is based on him and her being friends.
All right, thank you so much. Pastor Timothy, let me come to you with your own question. We say, what are the essential materials for this business of relationship to a marriage that can be reckoned with?
I think the essential commodities, for me, first is shared value, right? Because that's number one. You must make sure that the person, I'm going to back it up by the scripture that I normally use. Two cannot work together except they agree. And then, if there's going to be agreement, there's going to be value in place, and both of you must have, similar value, that's shared value. And then I think commitment also is another commodity that can be also found out in relationship, right? Because when one person is not committed to the other person, maybe you are trying to be committed, but you are not. You are here, you are there. A double-minded man cannot receive the things of the Spirit. Likewise, a double-minded person will not have a successful relationship. Because when you are here, you are there, you are there, you are there. Before you know what is happening, you'll be distracted with a whole lot of things. That's commitment. And I think another one is effective communication, right? Because for there to be a strong relationship, there's a room for effective communication. You have to make sure that you communicate to the person that you are with, your partner. Then you have to make sure that you know how to communicate with your partner. Because whether you like it or not, the way to communicate with you might not be the way to communicate with this, my brother, because we are all made in different forms. So you have to understand, if I am dealing with this person, how am I going to communicate effectively with this person so as not, number one, get him hot, number two, so as to appease him. Because at the end of the day, what you are looking forward to see is something that is going to yield productive fruits, not something that you're going to enter into and then damble away as time goes on. So you have to make sure that you learn how to communicate effectively. These are condiments that are found in relationship, and then to make it stronger.
All right, you said that a double-minded man cannot make it in a good relationship. Yeah. You are believing in packing all your eggs in one basket?
Well, I think, for me, I think this whole packing your eggs in one basket, it all depends on the angle that you're seeing it. Because there comes a time in the life of everybody where you have to know that I have to be serious with my life. Unless you are somebody that is very careless with your life. It's not about packing your eggs in one basket. It's about being serious and being sincere with yourself. So for you to be serious and for you to be sincere with yourself, you have to be, first of all, be focused. And focus means that this is what I want and this is what is present before me. So I am not going to start looking around, and then you already know what you are building. And then if you are building towards that direction, and then if at the end of the day it doesn't work, you are not to blame yourself. What you have to do is to dust yourself and then move on.
All right.
Can I also add
something?
Okay. I feel this is like the bulk of it all. Many young persons should be like, they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket, and thereby they are dating this person, dating the other person, having numerous boyfriends and girlfriends. He mentioned something about a scripture that says, if the eye is single, the whole body will be full of light. If you focus on one person, you'll be able to see who that person is. The shortcomings, the weaknesses, the strengths, you will have undivided attention for that person. But if you are busy distributing your energies to different persons, how sure are you at the end that you can be able to say, okay, I've identified this person as a partner that I can live with. So it's not worth it. Yes, I know so many of young persons have been there before, if we are going to be sincere with ourselves here. But I think the actual thing, because we are doing this program so we can correct some wrong perceptions out there. If you, like he said, if you want to be serious, so I want to go on a dating, find one person, let the other people go, and stay with that person. If it doesn't work, you know it doesn't work. If it comes to an end, it comes to an end. You move on to another person. But if you say there is a pidgin English proverb that said something about this one good, now make madman carry load. You get this one is good, this one is good. At the end, you lose it all. So it's better you pick one. I try and study that one person, know if you can live with that one person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. You have been generous for contributing in somebody's question. Then here comes your own question. Now, taking dating as an essential tool, you must use judiciously to graduate into marriage or college profession that has no end. Don't forget that lives and deaths of two persons are involved. What type of partner do you need?
I need a supportive partner. You know, when God said something about the first time God said that Adam needed a partner was when he looked at Adam after creation. He said everything was beautiful, but except one thing. And Adam needed a helpmate that would help him, take care of the gardens and everything. Then God gave Adam a woman. So that woman is supposed to help Adam actualize his vision and his purpose for himself. But we see in our society where the man and the woman will be struggling, there will be power tussle. This one will say, okay, you have to listen to me. I have the right to speak. Forgetting the fact that they are supposed to be supportive to the man who has vision. God has called the man. Then the woman is to support. Support in all ramifications when it comes to spiritual alignment. He talked something about shared values. You must be aligned spiritually. You must be aligned emotionally. You must be aligned intellectually. You must be equally yoked together. So if there's no alignment in any way, that marriage, that relationship will not hold. So a supportive partner that is in alignment to a man's vision, his calling, his purpose, and his spiritual assignment is what every man needs.
All right, that's cool. The second exercise is on the direction and causes of heartbreak. Now, let me come back to you. Ndale, you earlier testified in the previous episode that you have broken somebody's heart and somebody has broken your heart. Yes. Good. We are back here again. Then from your experience, tell us how it feels when a heart is broken, especially by a highly loved one. And then what next?
Okay, so I'm going to come at it into, is it my own personal experience or general?
Your experience.
All right, so for me, when there is heartbreak involved, I deal with it by isolating myself from the person, and by getting dressed, making my hair, and going out. I will not dwell on one person. Even if I cry about it, it doesn't get into Monday morning. Monday morning, I have a mandate to move. So my tears do not move into the new week. So like sunshine, I'll make my hair, do my nails, and I'll jump into the world and go on another date with someone else.
You mentioned that you don't depend on one person. What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that? I said that
today. I'm quoting you just
today?
Now. You just mentioned that now.
I don't
recall. Okay, no problem. No problem about that.
I don't recall.
It's all right. Pastor Timothy, let me come to you. Your question is here. What is the possibility of picking up the pieces of a broken heart and the possible effect of it on the next relationship, as the case may be?
I think, trauma is too deep. And sometimes you don't know that you are traumatized until I said it last time, until you begin to go around causing pain to others. And most times, the reason why you are traumatized could be what you are feeding to other people, but unknowingly, because you are trying to protect yourself towards that dimension, and then you go about giving them the same impression again. So I think the issue of heartbreak and then dealing with heartbreak is just first, understand that life doesn't give you everything you want, but you have the right to stand in position to make from life what life offers to you and make what is best for yourself, right? So when you understand it, you know that, okay, this guy that is coming towards my direction might look good today, but what about 10, 20 years to come, right? Okay, let me share an example of what a friend of mine told me. There's this lady that he loved, wanted to marry the lady and all that. And at the time that he was actually looking forward to marry the young girl, the girl was giving him attitude. Then he had no money. So now he is married, blessed by God. And he told me, thank God I did not marry that girl that year.
Okay.
Because if I had married the girl, first is that I wouldn't have had the pressure that gave me the drive to achieve all that I achieved today. Because I will be yoked with the burden of marriage. I'll be yoked with the burden of training children. I'll be yoked with a lot of things. But by that energy, I move forward. And by the pain caused to me, I decided I'm going to be a better person. That this lady is not going to see me in this dimension. All right. So I think building your life with the stone that is being thrown to you and using it to construct your edifice is the best thing that you should understand, that in relationship, not every relationship will end in marriage. And if you happen to have a broken relationship, better for you, because you will use the energy to build yourself. Yes, at the moment that it happened, you will cry, you will sulk, you will even complain. But then, just like the Bible said in the book of Isaiah, there are some pain that will come to us. He said that the righteous die early and they die quickly, but we cry because they die early, but we don't know that God is preparing a better place for them, right? Let me now use it in the relationship term.
Pastor, are you saying that everybody should expect a broken relationship?
It's not like expect it, but just know that life is not a bed of roses, and life doesn't give you all that you actually quest for.
All right. Thank you so much for that answer to the question. Now, Ken, I don't know if you are aware that a lot of hearts never returned to normal after breaks. And the same way, I don't know if broken hearts make heaven in the end. Now, who is to be blamed if a heart wastes after breaking?
Okay, first of all, I think we need to go back to look at this thing, marriage, this thing called marriage. Marriage is an institution ordained by God, right? And once you have a partner, believe it that it was God that gave you that partner that you have. And the two partners coming together as husband and wife are coming to pursue a cause ordained by God. So you are like an employee for God. You know, so when we have such scenario playing out, we don't need to blame anyone again for whose heart is being broken. Vengeance is for God. You know, God is your employer. And in a company, if an employee wrongs or offends another employee, who punishes the offender? The employer. So God has employed us to come and take care of his assignments here on earth.